Halló, halló, jó estét kívánok! Itt vagyunk a FNCSS utca, döntő van mai nap, és a holnapi nap is ugyanis 2 napos a döntő. Mint látom, már halljátok is a háttérben a dolgot. Úgyhogy... ja, de át is váltak itt erre. Hangosítom egy kicsit, és akkor...
Yeah, the clutch that springs to mind is that no Raider clutch that we saw. I think he came from sort of like 10th all the way down to like 3rd position. I mean, you're not entirely invisible while using it, so people still can see you and sort of spray at you, but just the shock factor that people have when they sort of go in a box, they think they're chilling, oh look, there's another player in the box that is going to eliminate me. So yeah, it's going to be so vital, and I think we've seen a lot of that from Vico, Veno and Flixie as well when they're taking height. Usually Veno taking it, we've seen how it goes wrong previously as well, but just being able to lurk on that sort of side of height where the teams maybe aren't looking whilst your 2 teammates are fighting, having that person that's just sneaking up the back not being seen is so beneficial for taking height.
I'm going to be really curious to see how many times those traders get the medallion today, and actually we can take a look back at the trios that have been taking the Shogun's Island so far. Minima, you've got a bit of a map for us, we can see where it's been spawning.
Yeah, well, there are 7 different set spawn locations for this island, and they're sort of spread out sort of north, south, and maybe middle, if you want to sort of describe them in that way. And what I find really interesting about the way that these sort of operate, they kind of have very similar spawn rates, so that's not too important, but the players and the teams that are actually going for these islands usually level kind of correlates to where they actually end up landing. You see Izol's trio, of course, landing more towards the south of the map. They're the ones that they're going to be claiming more often than not. Same with Vico up on the north and Queasy more in the center coming from Seaport. But of course, you know, there are more elements to it than just claiming and eliminating that boss.
Yeah, it's not as straightforward as that. I think a lot of the top teams, as you'll see, are going to be the teams that see the most, right? This is, you know, a map showing just in terms of like who actually eliminated the boss after the Shogun the most, right? Because as we've seen in other games, you can actually get the benefits of playing for the island without being the team that eliminated the boss. We saw that obviously in the group stage when Queasy's team won. They didn't eliminate the boss, but you would consider them an island team in that game, right? Because they went up there and benefited from it. I think the key thing here is that some teams like it more in certain pools. When I spoke to Queasy, she likes it more in far pools because on zones that are in or around Seaport, they can just get their surge in Seaport. They don't really have to venture out and leave. So I think we'll see a bunch of really interesting fights from the best teams. The likes of the Queasys, the iDrops, the Venos up there on the island, because I think all the best teams know they should be playing for it.
Well, guys, before we get started with game 1, I've got an extra category for you. Quick fire. Who is going to be taking the most victory royales this weekend, Miniminer?
That's tough. I think I'm gonna say Vico, Veno, Flixie because they're gonna make it out of that drop spot and they will win when they make it out.
Levin?
Yeah, I'd have to agree with that one. I'd agree with that one as well. I think the thing that's really interesting is just like the early games will just determine how this Grands goes. Where is Teeny actually going to land, and does he stay there? Is I think really what I'm trying to figure out in the first sort of 4 games.
So we need ourselves a Teeny tracker. Levin, are you volunteering?
I will be straight in the replays, tracking Teeny for sure.
The biggest man in the game is the Teeny tracker. Thank you so much, boys. I've learned so much already, and we've got so much to show you guys at home this weekend. And to talk us through all of the action, we have the wonderful Takata and the fabulous The Best Taco.
Thank you so much, Frankie. Setting it up perfectly from the desk. Look, it's time. The major finals are here. Last chance qualifiers shook up everything in terms of drops for these top trios competing. Taco, are you excited?
Dude, these map implications are insane. Like, what were we witnessing after everything that took place in the last chance qualifier? And now to see all of our teams that are competing in this Major 1 finals essentially have to last minute shake around some of their search strategies. Just overall, I think that this map is about to be insanely played out, but I'm really excited to see how it impacts Shogun's Arena directly. I mean, the desk hit the nail on the hammer with that.
And you won't have to wait long because the battle bus is ready, so let's get right into the first match of the day.
Az első meccs.
Look, Takada, who needs words because the gameplay might just say it all for us, okay? Match number 1, and this is the moment that everybody has been waiting for. All of these players can see that victory layout in their sights, and they all want to be the one to bring it home.
Elvileg vannak ugye több
I wouldn't be surprised if, just as we can see on the screen, a lost late engagement right off the rip. Cammy, Seti, Cherry up against Podesai, X-Squeeze, and Akira. This battle means a lot, and we don't have to wait long for the action to commence. Cammy with a few big shots connecting isn't going to be enough to take out X-Squeeze, and now the crucial 2 is going to come through as Podesai has to be careful. Jump Splash is getting used, the pressure is on as they look to pick up the 3-man.
The problem though is only Podesai going for the revive. Unfortunately, he's been separated, and Shari now going to come under some duress. He's lost his shield entirely. Seti, the only healthy looking one in this exchange.
Őket is sikerül shieldelni, akár csak Kaminak. X-Fizz ismét lenokkolódik, de Shari is lenokkolódik. Kaminak 22 HP marad. 4 build, hátbalövik, meghal ő is. Podesai és Akira 2v1-ben van Setivel szemben, és ez meg is sikerült ölniük, úgyhogy a franciák nyerik az első 3v3-at Lost Lake-ben. Közben Queezyék már fel is törölték a padlót a Seaport City-ben az ellenfél játékosaival, ahogy láthatjuk már. 3 killjük van összesen, ami nyilván arra utal, hogy már megöltek egy csapatot, aki Seaport City-ben volt. Közben Mappy Cringe és Kate Total boxcarsnál harcolnak.
Cringe and Cade have a difficult situation. I'm trying to see in terms of elimination advantages though. Cade does have an elim, so although in terms of kills, in terms of shields,
többen vannak, de shieldjük meg a HP-k az kevés. Azonban Teenie-ék meghaltak Shogun's Solitude-ban. Nem. Teenie halt meg csak, és ők nyerték meg a fightot végül. És a Teenie-ék nyertek, csak Teenie sajnos közben meghalt. Úgy láttam, mintha Mongálék elindultak volna Shogun's felé, ugyanis látták, hogy meghalt valaki a két trióból, és hogy egyik trió se teljes létszámmal van. Közben Warriors Watchban találjuk magunkat, 2 számomra ismeretlen, nem, itt van a
I like this positioning right now, though, from Pradaj and Radion. They're also trying to keep a viewpoint on that mountain range. Make sure that no one is trying to third party this exchange either. Pradaj knows that it is all too easy for, say, the likes of any of those mountain teams to essentially scroll on over, but they're also just so patient. But when you spend this much time without finding eliminations, Takada, could be trouble.
Yeah, in the early game, it's all about efficiency, right? And these trios are using up a lot of time for this battle. Looking at Frantic, Kaisers, and Dynus, this trio actually that Rax is going against, it's their first FNCS major finals, so a lot of pressure is on the line, which is why they might be playing a little bit more scared as we look at Lucy here. In terms of Pisovsky and his trio at Hopeful Heights, I was wondering how this engagement would play out.
Pisovskit már lenokkolták, és úgy látom, hogy mindjárt Pistike is le lesz nokkolva.
But the good news is,
at least one player made it.
Surely Lucy, Loki, and Monet, though, are not content with allowing Adams to survive in that scenario. It'd be a lot more likely to anticipate potential camping of those reboot cards instead. You know it's a solo, you know he's going to be really easy to pick off, but they might not even give him the chance. In fact, Lucy, Loki, Monet, all too easily closing in They've already got one. Going for the full elimination is not possible just yet. Managed to hide behind the body, but Monet closes that gap, no problem with those Oni masks. Still, one more left to go.
Regroup now, see if they can get a bit of space here. So interesting, the whole battle that's commencing on this east side of the map. I mean, there's what, at least 3-4 trios contesting each other back to back. So it really just comes down to the third party in these engagements and staying out. Look, the big talks in the lobby. Vico, Veno, Flixi already getting aggressive as they look for a wall retake here and the option to get those couple eliminations to start this one off.
This is huge, though. This is not a place that you would necessarily expect to see Vico, Veno, and Flixi so soon. Upple's team now doing what they can to try and survive. Upple nearly getting a peek, but he's gonna whiff. Doesn't get the shot that he needs onto Vico, and Vico still continuing to hammer away with that pressure. Wants to ensure that Upple has his options for escape cut off.
Vico és Flixi harcolnak lent a ármajukkal, közben Veno az föntről segíti őket és próbál tovább és próbál más helyekről is tegeket szerezni. És itt közel van egy csapat.
Vico just so healthy, can continue to apply so much pressure against Finchek, trying to get this right side peak angle opened up here. Instead, going to look for a reposition because it appears as though another third party is about to tango with the mix. Clownski and Moneymaker,
nem más, mint Moneymaker is. Közben Venóra rámennek, Venó 80 HP marad. Elkezd gyorsan csak specialni.
Was key. Veno was staying up top elevated the whole time so he could see this third party come through, which gave him that time to react. And it looks like Vico might have even been able to take out Clown. I saw a big pump shot come through, but no knocks, no eliminations yet as they continue to go on up.
From hunter to hunted, Clownski just barely gonna manage to escape with his life, but it might just be a temporary relief. Vico already looking to give chase. Moneymaker incredibly low as well. What initially looked like such a promising option for Surge has now turned entirely against them. Veno, Flixi, Vico just continuing with their onset of a barrage up against the likes of Moneymaker's team.
Now looking to see if they can get any connects with the AR. They're not in zone, but this isn't an issue for this trio. The good news is they are going to kind of disengage a little because they've already gotten so much damage, not only from that initial pump, but from the trades they had before in that engagement. So no need to kind of continue the pursuit as now they can refocus up on getting back into zone.
Közben zónba volkó. Egyik csapat a rezói volt ékkel. Rápék arcol.
Liking to double back to their starting point, just knowing how much loot is likely still left over. Gerpe, Noms, and Rizoi, though, kind of holding strong. They've got fishing rods, Takata, but with the way that the zone is pooling, it might be difficult for them to actually find opportunities to actually get those fish online because teams already situated deeper inside of the zone are bound to try and hold edge when they know that there's water spots approaching for other teams to fish at.
On the other side, you got trios like Payson, Trulex, and Chicho who don't have to worry about being in zone because they're so central on the map already. This is a trio that have consistently, like mentioned was Levening, gotten to the top 10. They can make it to end games. They've got their surge strategy down. They've got their rotates down, but it's all about improving that end game playstyle, being able to secure the win, not only making it, but getting what truly matters to take home a trophy in a major finals of this caliber.
This is another team, though, that's really been the talk of the town as of late. Wax specifically, just recently having moved directly towards France, so now he's actually going to be in a zero ping location, and zero ping Lux has been delivering, Takata. It has been impressive to see the way that his overall performance seemed to really just shot through the roof as of late, and that's not to say that he was doing poorly before either. I mean, Ping and Malabuka, with those guys by his side, this is a trio that seems like it's really firing off in all the right ways in every direction.
Hogy valami érdekeset mutassanak.
Get fraggy in end game.
Léci.
As you know, having
Köszönjük,
uncontested
na,
night shift and so
iDrop
many
Sky és
trios
Scroll az
fighting in the
egyik
surrounding area, they're gonna kind of look for those third parties,
jobb
get that
csapat,
early
akit
game surge.
ebben a
But we'll see
szezonban
how that continues forward. As
láttunk.
now Sky, Scroll, and iDrop
Megpróbálnak
might be in, I was gonna say a pickle, but it seems like they are actually the aggressors in this situation. It's Monet, it's Lucy,
de egyet
who are
már
kind of trying to run away here.
sikerült leszedni a hármójukból,
Problem for Lucy
és úgy
and
látom,
Monet is
hogy
that they opted for such a deep south approach to third party the teams at
megpróbálják
Hopeful Heights, that
megszerzni a
now
másik
they're
két
making an
killt is,
approach that has to push directly into where Scroll, iDrop, and Sky already have the luxury of setting up to cut them off in advance. So
látszik,
with
hogy
that in
Skyéknak,
mind, iDrop,
elég
Sky, Scroll, they're just going to
image-ük
keep
van,
probably following this edge of zone as long as they know that there's a team back
nem
there
akarnak még
continuously
tovább
having to take
fightolni.
more and more of those steady ticks of zone or storm. It's just going to pose even bigger issues for Lucy's team that are going to be all too easy for iDrop to capitalize on.
Yeah, and not only that, they need to reboot their trio, right? They need to get another member back in the game. So finding a way to not only get back into the storm, but have an opening to bring your trio back with iDrop, Sky, and Scroll just looking back at zone is going to be incredibly difficult. I even see Pixie, Marius, and Vanya here on the other end looking
Pixie, Marius és Vanya
here.
Cat Matt's definitely a really solid position to
Masked
be,
Meadows környékén.
especially hanging out around here. Masked Meadows
közben
can't say the same though for
Clownski,
Moneymaker. Just watched his
meghalt.
demise there in 4K.
Akárcsak Moneymaker
now
is
trying to do what he
Money
can
bukáig
to
próbálják
survive, keep these
levadászni.
lobby one dreams going, but Wax,
Utolsó
Malabuka, Ping, they know exactly how easy this is.
részét annak a Trévonak, és sikerül is nekik, úgyhogy Moneymakernek ez első game véget ér, de ez még nem jelent semmit, ugyanis 11 game van még hátra, a mai nap meg még 5. Szóval közben Borko és Gripe is meghalt, rajta még egy csapattal voltam, nem. Közben Mr. Savage és Mongralékhoz ugrunk be. Panzernek van egy kíje, úgy látom, ami azt jelenti, hogy néhány.
And one big thing for Mr. Savage is that coming out of Bird uncontested, they're going to have to make up for that surge elsewhere. Mongrel, on the other hand, this could be a huge problem. Max trying to see if he can run him down.
Savage now going to see if he can help out Mongrel. Has to be careful. Do anything you can to rebuild hard builds here to keep Mongrel alive. Apply the pressure onto the opponents, onto the aggressors. Give Mongrel time to recuperate his shield, and just like that, it was enough time. Radion's now been cracked. Rax getting some shots in as well. This is perfect for Mr. Savage, Mongrel,
Panzer és Mongrálnak is egy HP-ja van körülbelül, muszáj lenne össze.
Things still don't look great though for Panzer. Mr. Savage, really the only one that's relatively healthy. He's trying to get a big chunk out of Pradage HP and does succeed. Pradage now realizing the kind of dire measures he's in, doing what he can, dropping as much as possible. Knows that he needs to create a little bit of space here. He needs a chance to try and regroup with the rest of his team. But Mr. Savage, Panzer, Mongrel, they can close this one out. The issue is Mongrel just doesn't have whites that he can recuperate with. And now
Pradázsik elhagyják a
no whites, no knocks, and as you were alluding to at the bottom right on the mini-map, you can see a whole other trio is getting closer. They heard the noise, they heard the shots and said, you know, I'm interested, I need some damage. What's going on over here?
Közeledik egy másik trió
quickly decide what's the play here. We need to find whites. We need to get to a safe location so we can recuperate the shield we've lost. It's not worth it to stay aggressive.
They also just don't have mats. And they spent so much time taking that fight on the mountain. They're burning through their mats, and yet there's no bodies for them to loot. They didn't find those eliminations that they needed, those crucial refreshes.
Szigetet, ami hatalmas előny. Számukra ugyanis megkapják majd az Invisibility medal, ami endgame-ben egy jó szóló clutchhoz rendkívül valamint
taking full advantage of all the advantages Shogun's Arena has to offer.
hát sok materiál van, valamint high ground, és elég jó search-öt lehet onnan szerezni, anélkül, hogy bármennyi matit elburnölnél. És hatalmas előny lesz nekik ahhoz, hogy amit gémet túléljék search szempontjából. Swizzy Mersztacs és Quizzy úgy látom összeszedtek még egy killt azon a 3 emberen kívül, akit megöltek. Halló? Halló? Nem tudom, mi történik, de mindjárt jövök.
It's arguably one of the only individuals in this lobby that was able to give a contentious run for that first place position. And here he is again, trying to make it all happen, all odds against him, and he will never care.
We'll hope to see that continue forwards in the late game as we go to iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. Now, this is a trio that has an uncontested kind of split right by a bunch of other trios that are contested. And seeing how quickly they can kind of go from looting their drop spot to instantly looking for a third party, it gives them kind of that advantage of having so many openings for tags that now they're put in a position where they're 630 above Surge. They're in a good uncongested side of zone, and they can play incredibly safe, but Shark on the other end is going to pick up a knock, was below Surge, now instantly bumping himself up 267 above. Zandy's cracked, Jew is cracked, Shark is the only player that even has a sliver of shield, as now they have to take some time to recuperate it.
But Pixovsky, he's recognized the fact there's another team on higher elevation that's still choosing to spray into the box fight that's taking place right in front of his face. Shark aligned with this team yet again, hoping, but it's Rads who's in the real pressure mountain, trying to scramble around these edges, and he manages to finally break into the box, but Ju doing everything to make sure that he doesn't go down just yet.
56 below, doing what they can, but the shots are coming through. Triple spray is just too strong. You gotta keep holding your build. The shots are slipping through. Water sprite now being forced as the storm surge starts ticking and not even being in zone with the pressure being applied back onto them. Pixovsky and his trio have to find a way to get out, but it's Veno, it's Flixie, it's Vico, the trio in the zone that is applying that pressure. This is going to be absolute chaos.
Tartják őket a körben, de úgy látom, hogy Venoéknak nincs elég sponsor-ük, és folyamatosan kapják csapkodják őket a villámok, és veszik a 25 HP-kat. És úgy látom, hogy közelben a Mongrel, Savage és Panzer is, akik lehetséges, hogy a hasonló szituációban vannak.
Yeah, you don't want to be held here. If I'm Veno, Flixie, Vico, I want to make sure
Venoéknek az elsőgen elindul úgy, mint ahogy bárki más, és ahogy mindenki gondolta, és hát legalábbis sokan. És ők voltak, és közben Mongrálékat most már kicsit megbassza a Veno, úgyhogy most még most már talán Venoéknak egy kicsit kiegyenlítődött talán. Közben Mongrálék úgy látom, hogy 3-3-ra keverednek Venoékkal. Nem tudom, hogy itt mi lesz. Közben Flixi rendkívül low HP-n van. Panzer próbálja tartani a többieket. Mongrel meghalt. Panzer meghalt. És Mr. Savage valószínűleg Venoék keze által meg fog halni. És Mr. Savage-nek sajnos az első game csúnyán végződik, és Flixiék sajnos visszajönnek ezzel a gamebe.
Just continuing to break some of these old metal walls from behind him. To grab the mats, take full advantage of all the goodies left behind.
Yeah, ez sajnos ennyi volt számukra.
With so much focus now being put towards the exit of this tunnelway, they're probably gonna have to burn a decent amount of mats.
Jó.
Looking over at Chino, Nebs, and Pink. Also further away from zone. Long rotate ahead of them. Almost no materials put into shambles. They need to force a fight, all or nothing. They look to get inside the box. They need to get those connects. Nebs goes down. Up comes through, but it's not enough for the knock. Pink left as a solo to finish this one off. Can he do it? As another shot comes through, the edit from the ramp causes him to take down one. One more player is left, but his duos, his team are getting eliminated one by one, and now it's two solos.
Legformában lévő csapat. Pink egyedül marad egyébként, miközben Chino és Nebs meghal, úgyhogy innentől kezdve egy szóló clashra lesz szükségük. Úgyhogy, ja, és ráadásul messze van az a kör.
Right now, and so many players already boxed in way better positions are bound to pinpoint that this solo is way too separated, way too easy to pick off.
Azon Venóik elvesztettek egy csapattársat, és Venó meghal, és Flixi az utolsó ember a csapatból 42 HP-val, és ő is meghal. Úgyhogy a legjobbnak tartott csapat Európában az első gameben meghal placement pontok nélkül, és olyan túl sok kígyük sem volt, úgyhogy ezzel átestek, de ahogy már mondtam, ez még csak az első game volt, ezen kívül még 11 darab gamejuk lesz bizonyítani, hogy ők a legjobbak Európában, és ők fogják tudni megnyerni a CS döntőt, a Major One döntőt természetesen.
A realistic charge for height just because teams that play up there are going to be obviously trying to focus out the solo in the lobby, but he's doing an excellent job at buying his team more placements.
Yeah, he can even use kind of the recycled builds now of the players, the trios up in front of him rotating in. As we look at a replay of how Venno, Flixi, and Vico did end up getting eliminated. They were just going for a fight that got third-partied, with so many trios having the eyes on them. As now, look at high ground. I saw Queasy and his trio looking for it, but we're gonna keep our eyes on Ping, Malibuka, and Walks. Over 1,000 above Storm Surge. Look at the elimination count
Vox és Malibuka már 8 kill-nél tartanak. Rendkívül jól állnak szövetségileg is, és a high groundon Swizzy, Merstech és Queasy van, akik szintén az egyik legjobb trio, akik jelenleg formában vannak. Ha meg is tudják ezt tartani, ugye, mint ahogy azt a Group 2 első meccsében láttuk, ugye, ugyanis ott is az első game-ben megszerezték a high groundot rendkívül hamar, a sziget segítségével, majd megtartották és megnyerték a meccset. You can see them already claiming different elevations, claiming different angles, applying pressure onto all the other potential trios that might want to take it. As I drop Sky and Scroll now choosing to play more in the dirt here, but they're not the only trio.
This makes sense though. They're just trying to control the front side of low. We've seen them do this numerous amounts of times all throughout the division weekly finals. And one more time, they're trying to see if they can be catalyst for their game plan here.
Akiknek ugye már mondtam 8 killjük van, úgyhogy azért ők veszélyesek fregek szempontjából, de hát kapják a triple spray, Scrollék.
Eyes on them. The pressure has been applied. Great play from Malibuka, Walks, and Ping, just trying to focus them with the triple spray as much as possible. And loose now.
Vannak Marius Go, Marius Gao és Pixie a harmadik, azt nem, de Pixie a harmadik, ők nekik is már 5 darab kijük van, az se rossz. Malibuka meghal közben, Ping és Vox ketten maradnak, nincsen túl sok HP-je Voxnak, azonban összegyűlnek, és a splashek segítségével gyorsan fel is viszik ezt HP-t. Hydrop is egyedül marad, ugyanis Scroll és Sky meghal, de még van nála 5 splash, meg 3 mini. Muszáj lesz felhílelnie, de van bőven miből. Közben Merszatcsék, mintha nem fogytak el Matiból, nem, de hogy fogytak el, csak úgy tűnt, mint hogyha nem akartak volna tovább menni, de csak próbáltak pressure-t találni a többi csapatra és killeket szerezni. Fox és Ping még mindig ketten. Csicsó meghal, de közben trédeltek.
Win condition might have just been thrown out the window there for Tayson's trio, but Ping with that mad refresh, he continued to try and play a little bit out of sight, a little bit out of mind.
Nagy valószínűséggel meg fogják tudni nyerni, és a high groundot még mindig tartják, és innentől kezdve már nem nagyon lesz olyan csapat. Nem nagyon lesznek olyan emberek, akik ezt át tudják venni. Hydro-t megtalálta közben, és sikerült megölnie. Nathan, CZB-ék még teljes trió voltak eddig a pontig, ugyanis Nathan-t sikerült megölnie valakinek. CZB közben megpróbál egy körön kívüli killt szerezni, de sajnos nekik se sikerül. Marius K.O.-éknak már 7 killjük van. Közben a végső 3v3 elkezdődik. Mercer, Swizzy, Queasy és Marius, Pixie és Vanya között. 10 killjük van már Queasyéknek, és nézzük, hogy ki nyer meg a végső 3v3-at. Vanya meghal, Swizzy és meghal, úgyhogy a 2v2 Pixie meghal, Merstach viszonylag alacsony HP, 100 alatt. Marius megpróbál 2v1-ben klatcsolni. Nála van, ha jól látom, az Invis Medal, ami azért segítheti, de nem, de talán Queasynek még van 180 HP, a Marius fönt a high groundon próbál valamit összehozni, de végé a Merszach sikerült lelőnie, és az első meccs győztesei Queasy, Merszach és Vanya. Úgyhogy volt vagy 10-11-12 killjük. Úgyhogy nézzük meg, hogy áll a leaderboard. Jaj, mi ez a piros új fajta? Na mindegy. Swizzy, Queasy és Merszach nyilvánvalóan az első helyen vannak. 117 ponttal 13 killes első hely lett végül, az nagyon jó. Ugye ez ebben a szezonban 4 pontot ér a kill, egy darab kill, szóval a magas killes meccsek sokszor többet érnek, mint egy alacsony killes győzelem. Ugyanis azért egy 10-12 killt sikerül rakni, azért az rendkívül jó. Ha jól tudom, egyébként egy 15 killes win az több pont, mint a win, a 0 killes win, tehát a placement pontok, szóval ja, azért, hogyha 10 plusz killet sikerül egy game-be szerezni, az rendkívül előnyös. Vanyak, Pixie és Marius a másodikok 8 kill-lel, az is egy nagyon szép game volt tőlük, harmadik helyen van Country, Finaik és Apple. Negyedik helyen Pingvox és Malibuka, ötödik helyen CCP Eclipse és Nathan, hatodik Jarkon, Nako és Kire, hetedik ők, nyolcadik helyen van Sky, Scroll és Hydropnak ugye végül sikerült egy hatodik helyig szóló klatcsolni, a Tayson, Drex és Csicsó, 9. és végül 10. helyen Robin, Drexer és Hydro, most a többit azt nem fogom végigmondani, ugyanis miért mondanám végig. Benno, Flixi és Vikónak ez a game egy csalódás volt, és csak 2 kill-lel és placement nélkül zárták, akár csak Mangrálék, ők azonban csak 1 kill-lel. Még van jó pár team 0 ponttal, mint Kamiszet és Csari, ugye, akik meghaltak az első percben, ugye, azt a 3-3-at követően az off-spawn fight-ban, és hát igen, nem sikerült túl jól nekik sem ez a game, úgyhogy nézzük a következő game-et, de amíg van itt quick break, addig én meg szintén quick break, úgyhogy mindjárt jövök.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. If you've just joined us, you missed a wicked game number 1. And 11-2K, the fact that Queasy won it was all the sweeter because we needed to see where they were going to be dropping, what their off-spawn situation was, and it looks like they made the right decision.
Yeah, I can say it now because it happened. I am a fraud. I was pretending like I didn't know, and I was like, oh, are they gonna land? I knew you. Queasy told me he was gonna land Seaport. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. And what was actually funnier about it was that, like, the plan was that if they had, you know, Kappa uncon, he was still gonna land Seaport to try and push, you know, Mumsy's trio away. And he tweeted it, which is why I'm now revealing this. But yeah, like, these guys were always gonna land Seaport. They're confident. They genuinely believe they can beat these guys and wipe these guys 12 out of 12 games. And so game 1, they get the job done. Let's see if they can do it again game 2.
Yeah, really, really impressive stuff from this trio. I like the way that they played the mid game as well in the early game. Those off-spawn eliminations gave them so much flexibility and so much surge there early on. They were playing the med kits in the storm like we see them do so often just to get them that prime position inside of the zone. And from there on out, as we talked about earlier, just an easy game for Queasy, really. Up on height, loads of materials. You got two of the best fraggers by your side. Easy peasy.
And remember the saying, guys. Take height.
Don't get eliminated.
Oh, boring. But yes, of course.
Yeah, it's just that. It's, yeah, that's how we say.
Yeah. Also, you can trust Lemon. Lemon. If he slides into DMs, he's gonna keep everything to himself. No, clearly I am the lemon of the desk. If you see my rankings are gold, you would totally agree with me. Now let's talk about someone who's definitely not a lemon, and that's Miniminer actually, because your prediction that Malibuka was one to watch for this tournament this weekend was definitely right on the money. I believe it was 10 eliminations for this trio. They were absolutely on fire, Minnie.
Yeah, solid performance from these guys. It was this drop down that they managed to get the chop out from for Veno, Vico, and Flixie that really was the catalyst for their end game. Really nice, a couple of eliminations they got there. Even going into the end game 11, they had so many eliminations. It wasn't the perfect game for them by any means, right? There was a couple of situations where there was a few different teams on the low ground that were trying to contest it. But Wox and Ping clutched up enough placement points and a couple of eliminations as well to make this a decent start for this trio.
No, absolutely. This game was such a tough game for Surge, and a couple of the better teams in this lobby that we thought were going to do well struggled with that, right? I'm sure that will be a theme throughout the day. But these guys were ready. We saw them storm fighting, right? That's one of the benefits of playing Night Shift, how they play it on a zone pool like this. They can just fight people, and then there's so much leftover loot in Night Shift that they're going to be good for the rest of the game. I'm really excited to see what these guys can do. They're one of the better fighting trios in this lobby.
That surge was insane. It was something like over 1,500. I don't feel like I've ever actually seen surge that high in a competitive lobby. I'm sure you boys have, but for me, it was definitely a bit of a revelation.
They were 1,500 above, and the threshold was probably like 1,500. So they had like 3k damage at that point in the game, right? They had something silly at that point in the game. But yeah, very, very high thresholds right now.
If you cast your eyes down to the 8th position, I Drop Sky and Scroll, they were definitely making a bid for the high ground at 1.11, and then they called off the search in a way. They decided to slide out of things quickly, but they made their names known.
Yeah, again, this is a team that I think many people, you know, are going to expect to be consistent in these games. They've been that way throughout this season. So, you know, without overreacting too much to game one, it's good to see them make an end game. It's going to be about making, you know, more use of those end games and again, finding those win conditions when needed. But yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from them in terms of being able to get there. It's just, yeah, delivering in the end.
Yeah, I think the problem here for them was they were playing low ground. They were sort of in the center of the zone on low ground. They were sort of in wood there as well. I think there was a moment where like it seemed like every single person was looking at that trio. So ultimately their low ground positioning being in the middle of the entire lobby, everyone were looking to try and spray people off their layer. They just became the target, had to spend so many materials, and that's why we saw them go down there. But as you mentioned, I'm expecting to see them in more of these end games. It's nice that they got there. It's nice that they can perform on this big stage, but the job's not done yet. They still have so long to go, and they really need to try and pick things up now for the next game, a few games.
Well, we are going to head straight back onto the Battle Bus, boys, because it is time for game number 2. So let's swiftly move back over to Takata and Taco.
Thank you so much, Frankie and the desk. But Takata, what a crazy match number 1 to kick the day off here. I just cannot believe that we are really witnessing day 1 of the EU Major 1 Finals right now.
This is what the finals are about, though, Taco. Seeing all these elite trios competing against each other, from the off-spawn fights, the mid-game engagements, the end game. It was just non-stop action from start to finish, and it's not even close to being done. That's just game 1 of 6. Today, we have another 6 matches tomorrow, so a lot to come. And I couldn't be more hyped, Taco, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I think with everybody kind of getting a good idea, though, of what this drop map is actually going to be looking like, because teams are going to start to want to settle in from lobby number 2 and onwards, and so we'll get a chance to see exactly how things hold up here in game 2.
Elfelejtették kicserélni Chapter 6-esre, vagy mi a helyzet?
Kicking off the last match, it was that off-spawn engagement at Lost Lake from Kami, Seti, Cherry, and Podosai, X-Suiz, Akira. Will we see that once again? Look, I think we will, Taco. I think it's going to be all, not even 6, possibly 12 games of this action. But hey, maybe I'm speaking too soon. Maybe they'll switch something up. Like Levin mentioned, Queasy and his trio, Swizzy Merstash, did go back to Seaport as we originally expected. But it looks looks like I wasn't wrong. This off-spawn engagement is just kicking off.
One consistency, this is probably the only consistency that we will see all weekend. I refuse to believe that either of these teams in Cammy's or Protosai's is going to shift their direction. They are going to land all 12 lobbies at this POI, and Squeeze, Akira, they've got the positional advantage. Seti looking really thin as far as HP is concerned. Shari right next to him.
Gotta be careful. Those chug splashes are so beneficial in the early game. It just gives that required shield to your whole trio to play that much more aggressive. Now taking multiple angles, shots to try and pick off one of the players. Cammy, Seti, Cherry, they need to make something happen, whether it's box off a solo or do what they can. But with one player already going down, it's all up to Cammy and Seti. Cammy gets a knock, but he's just a sliver of HP left. Can they make it too as Cammy goes down, leaving it all up to Seti, but it's not gonna be enough. As Protosai, X-Squeeze, and Akira once again take home the fight at Lost Lake.
Hold your breath for a second there, though, with Protosai. Thought that he was going to be a little bit too greedy with that charge through the doorway inside the building there at Lost Lake, but probably happy with that exchange. Skyjump, Momsy, they find themselves in a similar position to their Polish counterparts here at Seaport City, up against the likes of Queasy, Merstash, Swizzy, who have already found one elimination onto Shaco's, and likely just trying to make sure that they can get an eagle-eye view, scout out where these last two players are at, because they would love to get those elims.
Yeah, kind of that aura boost as well from taking home the first game. We'll see how that engagement closes out as we look back at iDrop, Sky, and Scroll. Now, this is a trio that, you know, based on previous matches, there's been situations where they're able to loot incredibly quickly and instantly start looking for third parties at Seaport, or in this case, at any congested POI in the surrounding area for those tags. So I'm curious to see if they're going to look to do something similar here again.
We'll have to get a review shortly, because Momsy seems to have found the wrist, but Merstash refusing to budge, and will be able to save the day for the time being. Merstash getting credit for all 3 eliminations, by the way. I'm sure he's letting Queasy and Swizzy know he would like some help with the heavy lifting here, but all in all, Takata, Game 2 still going strong for these guys.
Megtörténtett volna egy Swizzy Merstash easy valamint az ellenfeleik is mind a ketten lemennek a földre. Egyszerre égelnek, úgymond. Egyre ami senkinek se, ugyanis mind a két csapat kiesik a második gameből. Ez a Kikóék próbálják az előző gémet megjavítani. Nyilván mindenki azt próbálja. Kivétel a győztesek, ugyanis ők azt próbálják elérni.
It's gonna be a good game, Taco. Like maybe even 20 eliminations, something crazy is gonna come from this trio.
Without a doubt, but it seems like they're getting held back for a moment there. Panzer
nem tud boxolni, az még kis probléma.
Getting pushed early on, but it's actually going to be Z-Andy who's in the hot seat. Having been eliminated this early on, there is potential for Shark Energy to look for that reboot opportunity. Might even get a chance to look back and see what actually went down here outside of Warriors Watch, and Z-Andy just over peak of a lifetime, I guess. Panzer and Mongrel letting him know what's good.
Got a DM, looked at his phone 1 second. Next thing you know, he's looking at the screen on the ground, knocked on his knees. What a shot from Panzer. I think in last game too, they had a bit of trouble in terms of damage, caused them to get stuck outside the storm. So hopefully this time around, they can kind of adapt to their lobby as Darm picks Dimus looking quite healthy.
They're not the only ones, but at the same time, some of these teams, what they're having to trade off in exchange for uninterrupted loot paths, it's these fringe spots of the map. Kripe, Nums, and Rizoi supposedly having some early contest issues over by Magic Monsters, but the way that they have shifted their positioning to be so far north, sure, they're not going to have to worry about eating too much damage. I think they'll have opportunities to push in, but it is going to be difficult to catch up to the rest of the lobby, essentially. Surge could definitely pose some issues for them later on, and when we're seeing some of our top contenders, Takata, already struggle with that. Scroll, Sky, and iDrop, they're trying to make sure they don't encounter those same problems.
Exactly. They didn't have the full opportunity to take that engagement at Seaport because Merstash cleaned it up too quickly. So now they're going to Masked Meadows to see what they can find, as Noah Riley and Chap are going to be down below. But it's going to cause iDrop, Sky, and Skull to say, you know what, instead of just kind of camping over there, let's at least make use of our time, get some materials, refarm, and just stay efficient. As Skavi, on the other hand, Teeny and Haris are in an engagement.
Skavi, though, gonna get chop drop, take a little bit of fall damage to boot. In these wood mats, you have to imagine that he doesn't have the material count he's hoping for a stretched out box fight. Teeny and Haristo from above are going to be able to provide some nice coverage fire, so Skavi will be able to scale his way back up the mountain phase, reunite with the rest of his trio. Still, though, a pretty precarious position to be in. All things considered, Skavi can't really afford to get those up close and personal engagements. It's a little bit more difficult with that twin fire shotgun as opposed to a sentinel pump, so he's definitely kind of depending on Teeny here to sort of open the entryway for himself to follow up on. But this is just a little bit more awkward than what they were hoping for. They're chasing them so deep into this valley now, and inside the tunnel, other teams are gonna be able to take advantage of this.
Teeny now gonna make use of it though, as he got that quick knock onto Kire, Nako, and Jarko, forced to go away as a duo. Shout out to the Spanish trio, by the way. They got 6th place after last match in terms of the leaderboard, and coming from the drop spot, I mean, it's not one of the best ones, even one of the, mid ones on the map. So getting so far from that drop is impressive. But now with Teeny, Haris, and Skavi not letting them do so once again with already that first elimination, it's going to make it quite tough.
They might even opt to stick around here for just a little bit longer, just because they know with that reboot car being inside the tunnel itself, it's going to be a difficult recovery operation there. That rescue mission is going to take some time for Spanish trio to actually recuperate from. Vanya, Pixie, Marius, though, once again, facing off. This time it's against Lucy, Loki, and Monet.
Gotta be careful here. Well, the good news is no trios in the surrounding area, as Marius has continued to replace as much real estate as possible here for openings. Trying to stay grouped up, waiting for anything to happen. Patience is key in these box fights, but once you find that opportunity to make something happen, you have to capitalize on it to make that play. As Monet is looking for an angle, Lucy kind of crouched around a corner, trying to see if he could find something as well, but so far, it's just going to be back and forths for this trio. Vanya, Marius, they're already so high up the leaderboard. They don't want to end up getting eliminated this early on, so it's more of a safe battle they're going for.
Vanya and Marius have kind of recognized the fact that with that early contest at Shattered Span for Lucy and Loki, they're going to be forced to pivot elsewhere, find that surge elsewhere, but encountering these guys coming straight out of Kappa Kappa Factory could be very difficult, as Pixie's already proven to get the better end of Loki's HP bar. Loki, no shield, just scurrying around the low ground. Meanwhile, Marius boxed up, waiting for an angle. It's got some good overhyped view, but at the same time, wants to be careful, doesn't want to immediately jump into a box unnecessarily and find himself getting double teamed, essentially.
Yeah, the last thing you want to happen, as they continue to not only look for angles in the box fight, but as we saw what Venno was doing in the first game in his engagement, is scout around, make sure there's no other trios sneaking up onto you. Make sure you kind of know what's going around as you're playing this out. And this doesn't just apply to the mid game, it applies to every part of the match. You have to stay aware. It's key for these matches. And speaking of the beast, Venno, Vico, Flixie once again in a fight.
Yeah, they weren't having any luck dealing with Upple's team, so they decided, let's head Boxcar's direction for map 2 instead and see whether or not that fare a little bit better for their surge plan overall. But Gripe also refusing to budge deep inside his box, kind of just settled away, knows that he doesn't have the HP to continue this exchange just yet. Venno, with this reposition though, going to have the opportunity to hold them outside the edge of zone.
Yeah, it's a good job, or a good play to just kind of look back here. The issue is there are quite a few trios in the area. It's not an issue for Venno, Vico, Flixie. It's more openings for them. But I think they are thinking to themselves, this fight's going to take a bit too long. I did see Vico kind of sneaking up to maybe find an angle, but we'll look back at Akira, Podesai here, who have lost X-Suiz, as now they're kind of playing it out as a duo. in the edge of night shift.
Amikor azt mondja a természet, hogy mönnikő, akkor mönnikő, érted?
The problem here is that Malabuka is sniffing out the fact that this might have been the trio that they've been taking shots at initially, and Akira, they're hiding.
KC Malabuka.
Malabuka definitely knows something's up. He's trying to be careful, but every top-tier player would recognize when a team is just trying to full-on bail, and Podesai running off in the distance there. Malabuka still willing to give chase though, because this would be their search strategy, similar to what they did to Clownski in the last match. We're just picking them off for trying to go for those reboot plays early.
His stomach is rattling. He's hungry.
Egy 3v2 pingboxél, Malabuka versus Podesai, Akira és ennyi. De Malabuka
Malabuka ping walks forced to play it in a 2v2 now. They were looking so confident going into this engagement, and now in the blink of an eye drop down to an even fight.
And Podesai knows it. He's definitely trying to make sure that he lets Malabuka's team know what's good. Podesai, a couple more splashes left to go here. He's also got a water sprite to use, but Walks having been knocked. This is absolutely disastrous for Malabuka's team, because Ping, the sole survivor, maybe he'll be able to get this revive off now that he's able to put away with Walks' knocked body, but at the same time, Takada, their strategy to essentially find those eliminations inside of the storm and then push in a little bit later off the dead side because they have solid surge, completely turned against them. Now they have to try and play, can we recover Malabuka or not?
What a turnaround from Podesai and Akira. I mean, they did exactly what they had to keep themselves up. And now looking at Walks, looking at Malabuka, looking at that whole trio, they've got to find a way not only to reboot their team, but also get them with enough loot, refarm the materials they can't already hold, and not only that, get themselves into zone. So depending on kind of where they're positioned already, it's going to be a journey for them to get the end game. Meanwhile, CZB, Nathan Eclipse playing Fishing Simulator here at the Lake.
Hovargászás itt is nagyon megy. Nem menne.
And this is also another one of those teams that I think has definitely popped up on the public's radar as far as capability to perform. Uncontested at Twinkle Terrace. We've definitely seen some highlight reel moments as well coming out of this trio. But at the same time, you never want to find yourself getting caught and held. And that's what Cade, Mappy, and Cringe are trying to avoid. Cade especially not having a Void Oni mask. It's just going to have to depend on this fishing hold. Clearly invested a lot of time as is, so they'll at least not have to worry about rotating with the rest of the pack. They can definitely spend a little bit more time kind of trailing behind.
As we switch back over to Rift Island once again, Shogun's Arena. It is going to be Blaha, Mixon, and Comeback that are going to be looking to take down the Shogun boss here, and you know, hopefully make use of that medallion to help them on in the upcoming segments of this match. Looking at the mini map, there is a trio on that snowy hill by them. Comeback is aware of this due to those surge bases, so they're trying to kind of think ahead of time. Where can we look for some of these tags? It's just the edge of Rift Island is in zone here, and most likely not going to pull in the next zone, so almost guarantee that they will have to rotate away. When are they going to make that rotation is kind of the key factor.
What's nice is having that position from Shogun's Arena. They're going to be able to at least spray at other teams and essentially push other teams from wanting to rotate directly under them for where their most optimal rotate path into zone would be. So they'll also have a good chance, I think, at being able to spot out which Mountain Raiders want to take over. Giannis, though, has been brought back into this match, and this is for good reason. Chap going to be revived thanks to his teammates winning this fight out, but it's not the last fight they'll have to find themselves in, because with those surge ticks starting to come into play, it could be a serious issue, and Noah Riley doesn't have any material.
That's a great point, because like you said, another fight is going to have to take place. I mean, not only do they have to refarm materials from scratch, but they just don't have enough to fully make it into this end game and play it out. So they will have to refarm what they can, get to zone, and kind of hunt down a potential opponent. Speaking of trios that kind of had a little comeback, Ping and Malabuka now back in business together as a trio after what went wrong outside of the zone. But issue is now they will have to make their way back in, but hopefully they've been doing enough damage. As we'll take a look here, 179 above, not too, I mean, it's not too bad, but it's not enough either. So the job is definitely not finished.
If you want a real stab at trying to control the high ground with the likes of Queasy, Swizzy, and Mustache in the lobby, though, Takada, it is nowhere near enough. They're going to have to take a fight from another team that's hopefully, in their minds, more tatters than what they are. Riley, though, might have just found his target here. True like Stacy and Chicho, trying to see if they can escape, but Giannis hot on their heels, looking to break down their walls, just pickaxing his way through.
If they want to finish this, they have to do it quickly. Either go for a pre-edit, go all in, or you got to get yourself to zone as well. They're not even in here, so it is going to start taking as the shots come back onto Giannis now, looking to play more aggressive. Noah's going in. You got to help him. Back up your teammate, as now they're all pushing together. It's Nako on the other end of the door. Splash is going to come through to recuperate what they lost. Trulex close by as well. It's a party of multiple trios not in the zone, as now shots continue to come through. Trulex getting cracked. Everything's on to Tayson as they're jumping right into his box, and he is gonna fall shortly after.
But who's really benefiting here? Because Giannis trying to get that double revive right now from Chap and Noah Riley, but Jarkko immediately assaulting them from above, not trying to allow them a chance to regenerate any of the HP. They know that there's bodies inside those boxes, but they'll opt to fall back to a separate position. They think that they'll have better odds if they just look back and spray with everyone else in the lobby.
The thing is, you don't want to spend too much time spraying here. If I'm Nako's trio, I want to, look to see if I have an opening, but after, they got to get the zone themselves. There's another trio that's going to be holding Nako, Jarkko, and Kire when they try getting to zone, so the more time they spend here, the more difficult that rotate is going to be. They can even opt to maybe recycling the builds of Chap's trio if they do end up getting behind them, but what they have to do here is focus on that rotate.
Yeah, and that tree proving to be one of Nako's biggest enemies right now. Does give a little bit of a safety net there for Noah Riley, Chap, and Giannis to rotate through, but it's coming up right at the bottom of this surge base. Mongro, Mr. Savage, this could be a real prime opportunity for them to find a team that's a little bit beat, but like able to fight back. And the thing is, Savage, Pans, and Mongro, they need the damage more than anything. They're sticking around in this surge base for a decent amount of time. And 209 above, sure, it's a little comfortable, Takada, but it's nothing you can get cozy with.
I think I even saw them, pre-fire the Oni mask onto Panzer just in case he ends up getting pushed.
So nem tudom, hogy Sky-ölte meg őket. Ping is meghalt. Nebs is meghalt. De mi azt nézzük, Mapi is meghalt, de mi azt nézzük, hogy a Mr. Savage a aranyban öltözik. Én szeretem a Mr. Savage-et. Én értem, hogy meg kell mutatni. De hogyha olyan fontos emberek halnak meg, mint Nebs, meg olyan emberek ölnek, hogy Sky Scroll,
which of these mountain hills they want to try and avoid or take over, even if given the opportunity. And they're going to find just pushing a little bit northward. They do have to deal with Batman and Volko from behind them, spraying out their walls with the Typhoon Blade. Though Sky is just going to look to try and make this fast rotate. He knows that there's a surge base directly above him, but this could be an opportunity here for Sky Scroll and iDrop to get a little bit fraggy. Maybe if they decide to chop out the floor of that team in the base above them, find some quick eliminations, and that could change the game as far as their end game is concerned.
Malabuka Ping walks. Great job of putting themselves in prime positioning for the zone here from what was a
Marioka,
mid-game
Fox
with
és
one of them
Pink.
getting eliminated to now being
Ezzel
back in
visszajöttek a
business.
gamebe,
Above
azonban
Storm Surge on the other end though,
már
Vanya
mondja,
just on
Pixie
the
és
borderline,
Mariusnál
only
vagyok.
4 above, quickly knocked down to 20 below.
Száj
Marius
lesz
low on shield, forced to recuperate some as shots are going to be connected, but it is going to be Veno down below them, looking for anything that they can possibly get.
Kapta.
Vanya can't afford to hold these peaks for too long. Instead, they're gonna have to make this next rotation a little bit more central to where everybody else is at. Vanya, though, not gonna have the opportunity alongside his teammates to continue looking for those tags. Instead, he has to make sure that he pops on those shield potions. And the other thing, Takata, we're witnessing the night and day difference between having control over that Shogun's arena in lobby 1 versus where Vanya's team currently sits down.
Meghal közben.
So much more difficult not being able to conserve those materials and looking for those tags at those elevated positions. But the good news is they've got AR ammo to spare. They can triple spray this all they want. Keep applying pressure as much as they need to continue elevating that damage. As now the Storm Surge takes come through, more openings are going to be seen from Vanya and his trio as they can just keep on spraying and spraying, and it is going perfectly for this trio. Even picking up an elimination alongside it.
The only real downside there is that they couldn't go pick
Adásban
up those type of
a highground
materials after
jelenleg.
the fact, but they know the entire lobby was looking at that team on edge, and it is no good currently. They've got to make sure they keep pushing forward. Sky as well, trying to maintain a slightly elevated position here on the low ground. Yana is in a hot spot.
Szóval nekik onnan nem is kell rotételni, ami azt jelenti, hogy az összes rotételő csapat rálátnak, és kill Shichi. Az igen. Igen, itt Xing. Így van, Predázséknak ez egy hatalmas előny.
If you look up in the clouds though, it's going to be Predage, Radion, Rax. They're holding on to height so far. Can they maintain it?
It's whether or not their builds are able to hold out, but when the rest of the lobby is so scuffed with how much elevation they have to actually cover, this could be the saving grace for the high play. Although nothing's ever safe when it comes to the high ground, as long as Queasy, players like Malibuka's team, still lurking around. Malibuka, though, just trying to find an opportunity to fish all that chaos taking place in the layers above them, but inside of this
milyen menő Fox van itt a hegyben amúgy.
This could be the real difference maker.
Nem vettem észre még sose.
Love that they were pre-firing the Oni masks onto the opposing height just in case it does pull towards it. Veno, Flixie, and Vico playing, I want to say almost a little bit safer. Maybe they got a little scared from what happened in the previous game. 3 elims on the board, still a lot, but not exactly what we would expect as they go for the chop on high. This could be massive for the trio if they're able to contest it. That knock is everything. It now puts them in a 3 versus 2 alongside that high ground. Are they going to continue contesting it, or have they just taken it?
Predage was already down and out for the count, so that's just going to leave Veno to immediately catapult himself ahead, straight towards the front side of his next zone, cranking upwards, just trying to get the overall scope out of the lobby, but there is no one to challenge Veno's team just yet. They are committing so much hard material here, Takata, and it's for good reason.
Exactly that, as Merstash, Queasy, and Swizzy didn't see that opening for height this time around so early. Now low on materials are forced to play by the water here, as there's just so much pressure
és Swizzy a furcsa Y-nál is megjelent a jelen. Abba hagytam bocsánat a Venóék. Történik. Vixinek kije van. Még jó, hogy Vico a fragger. Flixi meg csak a support. Flixi Vicónak nincs kije, mindegy. Nem szólok bele. A piros játékosokra rendkívül szeretnék odafigyelni, ugyanis ők a mongrálék, és hát már csak a mongrál, nem a mongrálék. Mongrál meghalt. Kurva élet. Ez egy stinker eddig tőlük. Versace és Queasy ketten maradnak. Marius is taladtuk. Elég logosak, és meg is hal Marius is, és Manyak is.
Darm, welcome to your first Grands, because Wax, Malabuka on the other side of those walls, but it's going to be Demas who might be able to actually keep the Polish hopes alive here, just managing to squiggle away from where Wax and Malabuka are currently standing. But Malabuka, he can't afford to take another tick of storm. He's got to make sure that he follows zone all the way through. Wax immediately lit up the moment he tried to layer swap.
Malabuka versus Merstash.
Akartam mondani sírdel, de már csak 4 HP-val. Meg is hal. Merstash. És Krizi mindig ketten vannak. Amit kimondom, már csak egyedül van Merstash, ez mindig így van. A víztől egy kicsit nem lehet látni, de azt mondja, nem gáz amúgy. Merstash talál egy nagyobb lootot. Annyira nem nagy se, de ez pont elég az, hogy néhány placementet még túl tudjon élni esetleg. Scroll, Sky és Hydra. Megölték. Az megvárja. Merstash egyedül marad. És hát mindig egyedül van. Nem sikerült. Mixon, Blaha és Comeback. Felettük van azt hiszem Rico, Flixi és Veno. Hát Mixon megöltött, de most Vicoék most jönnek le, Blaha meghal. És úgy látom, hogy sikerül talán hát az előző gémért. A Flixi és így van. Flixi és Veno és Vico megnyerték a második gémet. Akár csak azt mindenki más gondolta. Szóval látom, miért nézik a Mr. Savage-et 30 passzom ezeren, 26 akárhány ezeren, a munkát meg csak 7000-en. Na mindegy. Na nézzük. Ezzel a gémmel. Actually nem. Annyira előre vannak a Vicoék, mint ahogy gondoltam. Ugyanis Krizi és Merstash az első game után egy egészen jó 7. hely 8 killes második gémet hoztak, és ezzel már 60 pont előnyük van a másodikhoz képest. És ezért hát a másodiktól 7. helyig rendkívül szoros, de azért a top 2, 3 és a 4 az mindössze 2 pont a különbség. Malévoka, Ping és Vox között vannak Flixi és Mario, Ska a harmadikok, akik egy második és egy 10. helyen, és most Vicoék ezzel az első hely 12 kill-lel sikerült egy kicsit azért az előző gémiket egy kicsit visszahozni. Alattuk még a country ők. Egyébként őket nem ismerem, de úgy tűnik, hogy egyébként annyira nem rosszak, hogyha az 5. helyen vannak, és egy harmadik, valamint egy 6. helyet sikerült eddig összehozniuk, az rendkívül jó. Még Darm és Demos, ugye ők az 3. helyen estek ki ebből a gameből, ők ezzel följebb hozták a eddigi helyezéseket, valamint Hydra, Sky és Scroll a 6. és a mostani 8. helyükkel a 7. helyen állnak, és mindössze egy 10 valószínűleg várjál, Matek, 17 pont, 17 pont a különbség a második és a 7. hely között, ami azért rendkívül szoros. 17 pont, az Az annyira azért nem sok, az simán. Az egy 5 kill. Jó, az egész sok, de nem sok egyébként. Az a 17 pont, másik és 7. hely között. Úgyhogy, ja, itt még bármi megtörtént, hát... Erről inkább ne beszéljünk, tehát ez... Top 17-től lehet kapni izét. 3-akat. Ezért a 12. hely 2 kill. Monkáléknak ennél sokkal jobban kell teljesíteniük, hogyha ők bármiféle global championship-et akarnak maguknak, vagy valami hasonló.
As well, but unfortunately we have to slalom, to quote Miniminer, into the break. We'll see you in a few.
Most már klippeket csináltunk a játékosoktól, már csak és replay-ben felvett cuccok, meg ilyenek vannak. Na mindegy. Azt nézem. Champions és Norrait is teljesítenek egyelőre az elvártakhoz, nem tudom, hogy ők most milyen formában voltak az elmúlt időben. Rolex Station és Csicsó sem ütik meg bőven azt a szintet, amit itt a kommentátorok vagy bárki más elképzelt volna tőlük. Akárcsak Szeti, Sari és Kami, akik eddig 0 ponttal állnak, és kétszer vesztették az Ospoint fight-ot a itt található Akira Podosai és X-Wiz trióval szemben, akik nem tudták kihasználni ezt, hogy megnyerték az első in-game fight-ot, ugyanis csak a 14. helyen állnak. Így lehet sokkal lehetne talán sokkal jobban is állni, de még van hátra. Mai nap 4, holnapi nap 10 game. Mi? Holnapi nap nem 10. Összesen 10 game. Nikkei Törti az csak így nem szereti a izét? Az e-sportot? Mint hogy tehát, hogy az öreg az mit csinált itt? Senki nem nézi ezt a palit egyébként, amikor FNCS van. Csak a kibaszott izék.
Welcome back to FNCS here. We are 2 games into our Major 1 finals and we've still got plenty more Fortnite action coming your way. But let's talk about what happened in Game 2. And Levin, I want to talk to you first of all about Trulux, Chicho and Taysom, because they were your team that you were concerned about, should we say, in the pre-show. Yeah. But the thing you were not concerned about, I believe, is the struggle for Surge that they witnessed in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never really expect these guys to have any sort of mid-game problems, and we saw this fight here between, you know, Janice's trio who were a bit low on Surge, Taysom's trio a bit lower as well, so both teams are sort of willing to fight, right? They both need the damage, and even though this wasn't one of the concerns we saw highlighted, Mini, this is a general concern of this team, right? In terms of just actual like fighting power, right? Obviously you have Chicho, who's a prominent sort of aimer, and you know he's going to be able to hold his own in fights, but you know that was the concern about Trulex and Tayson. If they end up in these sort of mid-game fights, can they hold their own? And there they get picked off, which ain't too great.
Yeah, and it was a home zone for them as well, right? They had the zone right on their drop spot, and it was one of those situations where you think, why would they below Surge? Why were they in that situation in the first place? Because we highlighted it at the beginning. They're so good at doing that. I suppose sort of sometimes when you do get the zones pulling to your drop spot, maybe you stay too stagnant, and a lot of teams try to sort of rotate around and try and find fights. But right there, we saw exactly why this team haven't been able to get wins. It just showcases they haven't necessarily got that fragging power, the firepower to pick up refreshes, not just in the mid game there, but also in the end game. So yeah, definite concerns right there that they went down that early, because I mean I was definitely expecting to make sort of 10 or 12 or 11 or 12 end games. I mean that's not a great performance from them at all.
Well, we're having a great performance from Lennon, the outlet. I know. What is wrong with that? I'm just going to call you Mr. 2K. Mr. 2K, you made a certain prediction earlier as well when you talked about one of the teams that was going to surprise in the lobby today. And Pixdom and Demas, they were doing just that in game number 2. Demas was fragging for the gods.
Yeah, no, absolutely. The clutch was crazy. I will say, Frankie, you can't call me Mr. 2K. It's too the fans already think you hate me. If you call me that, they'll think it's tension between us.
Monsieur 2K.
I think Demas, Pix, Dom, again, they're a team that I think quality-wise, what they've shown this season is that they can be an elite team. And that clutch from Demas just goes such a long way in improving that. Like, the guy's getting 7-11 just fragging out. I mean, again, I think
és ez valószínűleg azért a következő mai nap 4 és holnapi nap 6, tehát összesen 10 meccsbe is azért nagy részt így lesz, talán.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. I think they're a team that definitely can perform. We spoke about it earlier. I still share the same thoughts that I had at the beginning of potentially maybe they're getting contested by another team, but they're doing really, really well at the moment.
And who else is doing really well is, of course, Merstash. Now, I mentioned earlier with Malibu could get the back-to-back today, but Merstash is going for the back-to-back-to-back in terms of Major 1 final wins. Could be 3rd year in a row that he seals the deal very early in the season. And he was so determined to do that yet again this game, Mini-Miner, fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, just doing what Mustache does, what we know he can do, picking up eliminations, doing what he does best. And this is exactly what we kind of expect to see out of a Major 1 Mustache at this point, Levin. I think this is just kind of becoming a trend that's almost impossible to ignore. He seems to just perform best at the beginning of the year. He likes to get the job done early. He can sort of take his foot off the gas potentially for the rest of the year. But right now, I mean, thinking just on this game in particular, absolutely incredible stuff, and it's exactly what this team need. Considering they're contested, they need to make the most out of all of their games that they're getting into.
And you have to remember, he was actually in his element in terms of where he's most comfortable. Of course, Queasy's turned these guys into like the height guys, but remember, Mustache is the original. I don't want to be on his mid-ground layer because he's going to give me problems. So it was nice to see him back in that zone.
The only time that Merstash and Mid will ever be in a sentence together. Thank you so much, boys. We're going to head straight to the cast, though, because game number 3 is ready.
Thank you, Frankie. We're not even halfway done yet, Taco. We still have these storylines building. It looks like it's kind of a battle for height between Queasy, Swizzy Merstache, and Vico Venoflixie. Who's going to get more of those high ground victory royales? I don't know. Time will tell, but we're definitely in for a show.
All I know, Takata, is I want to see some other big names kind of step up to the plate here. It can't just be Queasy and Veno hitting home runs as far as today is concerned. So game number 3, let's see what you got.
That's the focus of the end game, but looking at the early game, we have had this back-to-back off-spawn engagement. It's Lost Lake, Camiseti, Chari up against POTUS IXWs, and Akira. Will it happen once again? So far 2-0 in favor of Akira and his trio.
Olyan lesz ismét, 3-3.
Take a look at Seaport, where we've seen
Swizzy right now
contesting Momsy, Shakeoff, and Skyjump.
Visszatéssel, valamint POTUS IXWs, és nem tudom ki a harmadik között. De úgy látom, hogy lesz Akira a harmadik.
Finally,
ugye a 3-3 az megy Seaport City-ben is. Hogyha Sariék elvesztik ezt a harmadik gémet is, és 0 ponttal kezdenek a negyedikbe, de szerintem ott utána már egy rendkívül nehéz dolgok lesz, ugyanis kevésbé lesznek hozzászokva a gamehez. Talán.
It seems that X3's Akira and Podosai are even kind of disengaging a little bit from main.
Így igaz.
Well, potentially some other contenders taking note.
Sari.
It would appear as though Shari able to find that knock initially. Had some questions raised here, but now Akira trying to see if he can help fend off a little bit longer here for Podosai. The issue is that he just doesn't have so much ammo to work with. He needs to get closer if he wants to make use of that
jelenleg azért az emberelőny az Kamiéknál van, úgyhogy vissza lehet még jönni ebbe a tournamentbe.
Space has been closed. Podosai was wanting to pick him up, but they're not gonna have time anymore. They heard Seti, they heard Kami. They're close by now. It's gonna be a 3 versus 2 to close this one out, as the elevated position is gonna be in favor here. The push is going to come through, looking to see what they can find. Podosai left alone, but he's going to take out Cherry. As now it's back into a 2 versus 2. Kami and Seti.
2-2 Akira Podosai versus Kami Seti. Azért Kami és Seti.
Leaving it all up to Kami, and once again 3-0 Podosai, Akira and X-Suisse.
Podosai és Akira lehozta 3v2-t. És azért 3 game után is 0 ponttal lenni, főleg úgy, hogy a második nap ugye most már nincsen hoppá, de megérkezett a third party, Traxxer, Robin és Haichu.
This major one finals to go anywhere near their favor.
Heartbreaking start as we see the cons now of taking so long to finish up these engagements though.
Podosai már csak 100 HP-n egy shotgun lövés.
They're invited to the party now as
Podosai meghal, de úgy látom, hogy Akira el tud menekülni.
And Traxxer are gonna come out on top in that third party, getting the leftover loot. Now Akira is gonna have to play this one slow.
ZND.
Fortunately for Akira, he was at least separated enough from the fight that there is a decent odds at his survival, so we might see him be able to make that reboot possible. Nako, on the other hand, doesn't want to give ZND the chance. Ju trying to see if he can close in, try and provide a little bit of a reboot opportunity there for his teammate, but that's going to leave Shark all alone on the high ground. Granted, Akira doesn't exactly have the HP that you would want to take up this exchange. It's not going to matter if Shark is down, just like his fellow comrades, and now Nako knowing it's only Ju left to fend for himself.
Gotta be careful though, as the shot's gonna go back onto Nako, but his teammates are gonna back him up as
nézzük, Merstash Fizi és Malibuka. Merstash-sel sing. Úgy látszik, hogy nem sikerült egy embert sem megölni, azonban lesebezte mind a 3-ajukat. Rendkívül. Kvizi is meghal. 2v1 Svizi versus nem tudom, hogy ki a másik 2.
Swizzy knows that Merstash, he's been extended a little bit of a lifeline here, and he's going to opt for the TP away with him. He doesn't manage to actually take Merstash with them, though, because the third party from Kate Cringe and Mappy, they're going to be the only ones profiting off of this box fight.
Kitakarították a Sviziéket a lobbiba. Most ezt a 60 pontos gapet a többi mögöttük lévő csapat akár lejjebb viheti. Hogyha el tudnak jutni az endgame-be és egy jó gémet tudnak tolni. Úgyhogy valószínűleg ennek a Viko, a Svi, a Vikoék, és a többi csapat az most rendkívül erő. Ugyanis ezzel kicsit becsukhatják azt a
ease off the pressure in these kinds of final set lobby circumstances. Venya, Medius, Pixie, they also know exactly what's on the line, and they've consistently been encountering Lushi's trio coming out of that southern section of Shattered Span, still hanging around here in Hopeful Heights. Leads me to believe that that's a fight that they are still currently stuck in the midst of. But
Pixie egy HP.
He's gonna need some backup.
1 HP is what
És a
was left for
körben volt,
Pixie.
úgyhogy az a Chuck vs. Gaming
With some
Clutch.
chug splashes, Vanya gonna get by him, kind of help him out here. Hold his
Yeah.
walls while
És
he
úgy
heals
látom, hogy
back up.
Cross Guy és droppa
But you gotta be careful. More trios
tartja őket,
already
úgyhogy
inside of the zone and
ez
just
nem
taking
lesz
shots
egy
back at them now.
könnyű.
Kind of not letting them freely get back into Storm or
Nem
zone.
lesz könnyű
As
kijutniuk.
Vico, Veno, Flixi
Na nézzük,
now
Vico,
feeling a
Veno
bit
és
more confident
Flixi.
once again,
Volko,
continuing
Batman és faszra kell arcnak, Volkot le tudja törni Vico. Mindárman nagyon egészségesek, és elkezdődik a box fight.
To their origin point. Get plenty of loot here. Raveno, he's waiting for the opening, wants to see if he can get a good chunk out of Batman, and Batman just continuing to try and hold on to this ramp as long as possible. Gonna scurry on over, regroup with the rest of his team as much as possible. This team, though, Vico's, so much trust within each other and their fragging capabilities. Vico even opting to try and set up the pre-edit early on, just hoping for any sort of close commitment, because Vico, Veno, and Flixi know the time is of the essence here, and they don't want to spend more than what they have to fighting another team.
The good news is they're very aware there's not too many trios close by, so they can take just a bit longer to finish this one off, but from shots getting connected onto Flixi, onto Vico, now forcing them to use a bit more of those shields. They're gonna have to play defensive for a second here, as Veno makes use of his time to reform a bit, and now they've kind of sensed that danger of Pink getting close, and it's going to cause them to disengage.
Smart. Veno is always keeping tabs from that elevated position whenever these box fights are taking place to make sure that they don't actually get encroached upon, like some of the other teams we've already seen fall apart in this early game for it. Klonsky, Goonery, and Moneymaker, though, they're also close by to this bird to go coming out of that western portion of the map from Whiffy Wharf, but whether or not they actually want to get directly involved is a different story here, Takada, because match number 1, we saw how heavily that worked against them, and I think that kind of just put the message in the back of their mind. They're going to play this one a little bit slower, play and make sure that they have a guaranteed advantage.
Yeah, mentality is tough, especially in a 2-day competition like this, and how kind of the game changes based on what happened in previous matches. Not only if something went wrong, but just you're kind of aware maybe of a new rotation trio that wasn't previously there, anything that kind of caught them off guard. As you look at picks, Darn, Bemis, like Levin was saying, shout out to this trio. I mean, competing in their first ever FNCS Major Finals, 113 points on the board. I mean, I believe they're in 6th place so far. I think if they want to make history, they gotta get at least top 8 to break that previous record. So I think they definitely can make something happen.
Within their sights, but can't get too amped off of halfway through day 1 just yet. Want to remain as composed as possible. Comeback completely caught off guard, though. Cringe. What a valuable time to pop up here. Just ensures that his teammate's going to be able to actually get to a safety position, and now it's going to be Comeback forced to expend some of his shield. That looked like a real opportunity here for Mixon, Comeback. They're going to be forced to wait for the next opportunity to arise, because even though they've got this elevated position, Cringe, Mappy, Cade, they're already bailing.
Yeah, and that's the only other trio in sight currently. So, I mean, the more time they take, I guess more trios will potentially start rotating through, but sometimes you just take too long, as it seems to be happening once again. Podosai, as I believe I saw Malabuka close by. Can we see a potential repeat?
I see that bite back from match number 2 is the exact reason why we see Malabuka's team actually opting to go in pairs this time around. They don't want to look for that solo engagement. They don't want to find themselves having to play for the reboot. And now Odesign held just a little bit outside that edge of zone. Malabuka in the trees even. Just making full use of everything the map has to offer. But Wox knows they need to get some tags going. They want to get their surge as early as possible so they can then focus one more time on those rotations.
Láthatjuk azért a mapon.
Even the previous match didn't affect them too much. They're not going to stop playing aggressive now after that.
Azzal, hogy Fizik és Mercedes meghaltak. Ez Ping, Mercedes és Vox, valamint Ping, Malibuka és Vox. Mercedes és Malibukát mindig keverem. És az által lévő néhány csapatnak most megnyílt ez a lehetőség, hogy egy kicsit azt a 60 pontos gapet leszűkítsék.
Finals placement having actually been a 7th place finish. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Sky Scroll. This is a Danish duo, now trio, on the up and up that has essentially been showing steady and consistent improvement, and it's been at a relatively rapid pace. So now the question that iDrop is essentially having to answer to everybody at home watching is, can he actually overcome that placement history? Can he continue to rise with these two Danish stars in Sky and Scroll?
Csak nem mond rá Mr. Savage, és Panzer lesz az, akik megszerzik a szigetet, már pedig úgy tűnik közben Vikoék Rezolyan szereznek egy gyors kill. A többi két játékost nem látom. Ugye hát ott vannak a mapon a rózsaszín kis nyilacskák. Úgyhogy... Aha! Ez egy... Ez egy ambush volt. Annyira elég a szigetre próbálnak meg
only so much left to be done from that position. And talking about positions, this could be a very good one for Mongrel. Mr. Savage and Panzer currently in control of the Shogun's arena. And with the way that these zone balls have been dictated so far, teams have had the opportunity to essentially stick around a little bit longer for at least one zone more and look for those tags, look for that damage, but they're not the only ones that seem to have that in mind.
Yeah, I believe it's pretty centered, so there is that kind of chance, that slight potential that we see it closer to the end game. Being able to stay on top of that island during that moment, having it claimed can be key to leading to a victory royale as we look back at Blaha Comeback Mixin on the opposite kind of edge of the zone here.
It's like the calm before the storm. That's what it's really feeling like right now. And Mixin Blaha Comeback, they had that spill earlier on, closer to boxcars, where they were unable to connect the shots that they had been hoping for up against Cringe's team. So they're still looking to play from those positions. But again, if they're not finding the tags that they need, they're not going to continue to be able to try and hold on to those height spots, because other teams are going to look to try and scrub them out from underneath them.
Looking over to Noah, Chap, and Yanis though.
Ezzel megszakítják ezt a folyamatot. Nekik azért lenne mind javítani ezzel a 41 ponttal, annyira nem állnak jó helyen. Úgyhogy nekik szükségük lenne egy jó game-re ahhoz, hogy visszajöjjenek oda a top 10 környékére legalább, és akár be a top 10-be.
But for Nako, Kirre, and Harko,
they're just on the edge of this next zone, so they don't have to move just yet.
This is still big for them as far as their surge is concerned, because they're catching wind of all these teams that are rotating from a little bit later on out of Twinkle Terrace, out of Nightshift Forest. They're trying to make use of this zone pool and just holding teams as long as possible. Preemptively placing the Void Oni Mask in case they get a chance to key. All it takes is one knock, and that will be that immediate green says go. Let's make sure that we are getting active in this lobby.
Unless it's on Veno, then you get a little scared of Rico. Then you're like, oh.
Azt hittem, hogy a Tini 600-al vannak a nem is csás oldalat, érted?
For these players, they're veterans. Tini, Hariska, V, 140 above have openings on the players that are still rotating in here. But Volko, Batman, Strokey, they're not going for long-range engagements. They're going straight into action onto Pinks, Nebs, and Chino. You gotta be careful as Fastroki, Batman have lost almost all of their shields so far, being only 5 below. Is it worth it to risk it all? With no materials, it might be.
Itt van még Gripey is a közelben, csak Gripey.
Dragging out this fight against the likes of Pink, Nebs, and Chino. It's going to be next to impossible. They're either going to have to fight, or they're just going to get third-partied. And so choose what's right in front of you, or wait for what's about to make its approach, because Gripe's team wants a piece of the action. Chino knows it, though. Fastroki just a little bit too desperate, and that's going to be Chino's sign to get in there. That first elimination, a big opening statement from Pink.
Great job playing defensive from Nebs, Pink, and Chino just waiting for one of their opponents to make a mistake to catch them off guard as a solo and get that pick.
Most érkezik még egy játék, a Storm 4-ére úgy látom. Janiszék közben meghalta. Chino, Pink és Nebs eladják ezt a számokra.
Skyjump and Shakos were on.
Preferált fightot úgy látszik, ugyanis megszerezték azt az egy killt, és ezzel együtt azt szereztem mindent, ami valószínűleg nekik kellett, és mivel akkor nincs értelme túl sokáig már a Stormba harcolni, és ugye nagyon messze húzott a következő kör, és nagyon messze kell menniük, úgyhogy valószínűleg ennek nem lett volna túl jó vége, hogyha ők ott a Storm fight-olnak.
For so long coming out of Night Shift Forest,
and now
with one elimination on the board, he knows that there's several more that he might be able to get after.
I got concerned for a moment when we looked at Malibuka as his teammates were almost fully cracked, but then I realized, okay, wait. They've got this situation under control so far, it seems. They're doing a bit of damage. Nobody's got it knocked yet, so we're good at the moment. I mean, this is a match where they have a chance to push themselves into that first place spot on the leaderboard. They're already so close. They just need one of those big games to make it happen. As being 301 above, it's not as much as they've had previously, but it's more than enough, especially the position they're in mid-zone. Let's see what happened to Teeny's and Aristo. How they were able to kind of find some of these eliminations.
Veszek egy killt. X-Freeze halt meg.
They're also staring down Skyjump, Momsy, and Shakos, who overtook the position that we had just seen. Chaps team in, that's one of the benefits of getting eliminations. But they're looking at teams from both directions, and they forgot entirely about the one on low. Loki and Monet reminding Marius not to hold those edits open for too long. As now, Medius, it seems like they're really just trying to follow where the lobby focus is at, but they don't have time to pick and choose. They've just got to get things going because they need more damage. They're currently sitting 57 below.
And that decision is being made. The triple Oni match is going to come through. The aggression is going to begin as Marius now looks for the opening side of the box, but he's got to be careful on the side of the ridge. He's getting stuck forced.
Szerezni a boxukba való beleugrással, de hát vagyok egyből meghalt. Közben sajnos Mongrát megtalálja Marius, aki tudta, hogy amint ők rámennek, már a csapat a Mongráik egyből oda fognak nézni, és ezt kihasználva egyből oda is nézett Mongráikra, és gyorsan letörte. Állítsok közben Mongráik alatt vannak. Hallom meg egy kicsit going crazy, de semmi baj. Marius Momzit meg tudta ölni, ezzel 168 vannak már limit fölött. Ezzel egyelőre elkerül le a Storm Surge-et, de a Storm Surge-nél rosszabb, amikor egy játékos egy nagyobbat lő rád.
Marius has so much material. He might not have shield, but if he can pinpoint any solo, any sort of duo lagging behind, even a trio, they look like they're in a chalk position. It's something that Pixie and Marius are probably going to have to just commit to because they need some form of a shield refresh. They have to hope that there's goodies on those bodies should that occur, but now look at Walk's ping. They don't have as much surge as we've been familiar to seeing them work with, but at the same time, Takata, they've got a pretty decent position, and they're making sure that they don't stay in the focal point of the rest of the lobby.
Kiépíteni, nem is tudom, hogy valaki már megcsinálta, ugyanis a mapra nem látom, hogy valaki van-e fönn. Ezekben Venóék ismét próbálnak surge-et szerezni, akár csak az első game-ben ugyanaz megtörténik, hogy ismét a surge limit alatt vannak, akár ez lehet a vesztük is, pedig van két kiép, úgyhogy nem tudom, hogy ez hogy sikerült CZ-bének próbálni beugrani a boxába. Egyáltalán nem igazán sikerül, próbálják splashelni egymást, próbálnak bemenni közben a körbe is. Azon elkezdett repülni Venó, ami nem a legjobb számukra, de úgy látom, hogy ez a többi csapatot nem nagyon zavarta, vagy csak nem vették észre nyilván egyébként. Vikóik még mindig nagyon kell a search. Megszerzik a knockot Malibukán. Vikóik mindegyiküknek alig van shieldje, Flixi közben meghal, Pingre próbál beugrani Vikó. Meg tudta ölni Pinget, de nem sikerült megszerezni vagy nem sikerült bemenni a körbe. Venónak egyedül kell megoldani most már 57 HP-val, shield nélkül és bármiféle heal nélkül. De legalább már a Storm Surge-et megoldotta. Engem rendkívül érdekel, hogy ki van a high groundon és hogy hol van a high... Na! Ez itt Mongrálék számára egy rendkívül jó pozíció. A sziget tetején foglalnak helyet, amivel remélhetőleg megsikerül szerezniük majd a high groundot is, ugyanis a high ground az a győzelem kulcsa ebben a szezonban, a trió szezonban, legalábbis a statisztika alapján ez rendkívül így van, és Mongrál, Mr. Savage és Spencer vannak a high groundon. Mongrál nincsen túl sok buildje, úgyhogy ez nem feltétlenül jó, de lehet, hogy a Savage-nél vannak a hardok és a fontos materiálok, amivel meg fogják tudni tartani. Sky egyedül van 12 HP-val, 16 build, már csak 4 full build, az nem lesz elég ahhoz, hogy túléljen még egy jó ideig. Marius is egyedül marad, ha jól látom, és őt próbálja talán megölni Sky, de hát nem sikerül, mert egy másik csapat közben megöli őt. Sky éppen, hogy elmenekül, 12 HP, 0 build, megpróbálja fölvenni egy nagyobb lootot, de így sincs túl sok HP-ja még mindig, és Mattia is rendkívül kevés. Hát az vége van. És a high groundon még mindig Mongrál, Savage és Panzer. Úgy látszik, hogy Savage-nél azért ott voltak még azok a materiálok, amire szüksége van. Nézzük, hogy az a low groundon Atom, és ez az ukrán játékos, és van, mit tud csinálni, közben Chino, Pink és Nebs egyedül hárman vannak még, de low HP-n. Nincs olyan sok Mattia, Dean és 60 HP-val, Solo 28 build-el, próbál szólóban értékes pontokat szerezni a csapatának. Azért a 31 HP és a 3 build az nem lesz elég ahhoz, hogy lőjön. Tovább. Közben Nako és Harko, vagy Jarko, vagy ki, hogy mondja, ketten maradnak, de Kira is fel tudják szedni. Panzer közben majdnem belehal a körbe, úgyhogy semmi nem kellett csinálnia. De úgy látszik, hogy a spanyoloknak sikerült felszedniük a társukat. Megpróbálnak killeket szerezni, közben CZB a háttérben már nokkos, Nako meghal, Eclipse egyedül marad, Pix és Darm ketten maradnak. Ezt a gémet Mongráiknak a high groundra 3-an le kell hozniuk. Ott valaki megölte Darm és Pix ketten maradnak, 2v3 Mongrálé ellen. Mongrál leesik, Pix meghal, és 2v1 Darm, Mongrál és Panzer vannak már csak életben. Meg kell ölni. Könyörgöm. Jó! És ott van a meccs 3 győztese, Mongrál, Panzer és Mr. Savage. Let's go! Nagyon szép volt tőlük ez a high ground átvétel a szigeten. Let's go! Nézzük meg Mr. Savage-ék Bovjából.
Go for another guy. 80. 100. Above us.
Dead.
Nice. Get meds. I don't med get below you.
Come here, Panzer, come here.
I'm getting meds.
It's a 2v1 show.
I'm splashing.
Nice. Come on, boys.
Let's fucking go, baby. Let's go.
Come on. Come on.
Na.
What the fuck was that game, bro?
Nagyon szép. Na és akkor nézzük meg a leaderboardot. Az első helyen Fix, Darm és Demus van, akik ugye másodikok lettek. Egyelőre egész konzisztensen játszanak, egy 11. hely, egy harmadik és egy második hely, 2 kill-lel. 195 ponttal át is vették a vezetést, kihasználták Squeezy és Merszásnak a botlását. Hát ez az ukrán-angol trió, akik rendkívül nagy meglepetés talán eddig. Ó, na jó, ezt most egy kicsit kussoljatok, egy kicsit lejjebb, jó? Köszönöm szépen. Na, így van, szóval Vanyak, Pixi és Marius ezzel a game-mel 4. helyen vannak, nem sikerült olyan jó a 12. hely. Hát eddig a tendenciájuk az sajnos lefele megy, de még így is 4. helyen tartják magukat. Nem úgy, mint Tini triójának, akiknek a tendenciája viszont felfele megy, ugyanis a 27. hely után egy 9. és egy 7. hely következett, amivel az 5. helyet tartják jelenleg. CZB, Eclipse és Nathan vannak a 6. helyen, ők egy 5. és egy 4. hely, ami egy viszonylag jobb game volt nekik, és egy 18. hely egy kill, ami viszont nem volt túl jó. Jarko, Nako és Kire szintén egy meglepetésnek számítanak talán. 4. hely és egy 3. hely az, ami egy jó game volt számukra, valamint van egy 2 21. helyük, ami azért olyan sok pontot nem számított nekik. Vico, Veno és Flixi egyelőre nem teljesítenek úgy a 3 gameből 2-ben legalábbis eléggé a standardjuk alatt teljesítettek, ugyanis egy 15. valamint egy 18. hely van a győzelmük mellett, ami hát semmiféleképpen nem mondható jónak. Ping, Vox és Malibuka szintén nem teljesítenek eddig olyan jól, mint ahogy sokan várták volna, hogy ők majd teljesítenek. Egy 8., egy 11. és egy 16. hely, egyre rosszabb gémeket mennek sajnos, vagy nem sajnos valaki szempontjából. Hallottuk iDrop, Sky and Scroll, ők eddig mindig benne voltak a top 10-ben, a kijeiket egyelőre nem találták még meg igazából, olyan nagyon sokat nem sikerült belőle összeszedni, 12 kijük van mindössze a 3 meccs alatt, ami lehetne több is, de lehetne kevesebb is, és itt van Mongrel, Savage és Spencer, akik ezzel a game-mel, ám de még mindig nem túl sok kill-el, ugyanis összesen 7 killes mint sikerült összeszedniük, ami egyébként mindenféleképpen jobb, mint hogyha nem nyertek volna nyilván, tehát azért a win az win, de összesen 10 kijük van, úgyhogy ők talán itt a top tímek közül egyik legkevésbé jól freggelő trió, úgyhogy majd nekik azért szükségük lesz, de itt azért alattuk már rendkívül nehéz lesz a comeback a többi csapat számára, ugyanis azért van egy 40 pontos különbségi Mongrálék alatt. Mongrálék fölött is van egy 20 pont, de nekik még semmi nincs Jarvis, hogy még egy ilyen jó game kell, és egyből ők is visszajönnek ide a top 5 környékére, akár följebb, hogyha úgy van. Ugyanis csak 30 pontra vannak egyébként a top 3-tól, tehát itt a top 3-tól top 10-ig hiszen 5 pont különbség van, ami egyébként nagyon kevés, tehát itt gyakorlatilag bárki elviszi a top 3-tól top 10-ig, nagyon kevés, nagyon kis mini pontok is számítanak. Az egy-két helyezés, amit még valaki fel tud szóló klácsolni a végén, vagy az egy-két kill, amit meg tudnak szerezni a zónban még mielőtt meghalnak. Minden kevés pont számít, ugyanis 4 kill pont, 4 pont killenként az hát rendkívül elősegíti itt ezeket a csapatokat, hogy akár egy-két helyet javítsanak azzal az egy-két kill-el, ugyanis hát mondom, nagyon kicsi a különbség a 3. és a 10. hely között, de aztán majd meglátjuk, én viszont mindjárt jövök.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is a moment for me where I have to eat some humble pie, and that's why I'm stumbling over my words right now, because I have to look these boys in the eye and say that we underplayed the excellence of Mongrel, Savage and Panzer, because yes, the game plan worked out for them, but they fought for that Island 11-2K and they won it fair and square, even if they didn't actually beat the Shogun. Can you just clarify this for us?
Yeah, so yeah, no, I didn't like how you guys just made it seem like they just got it for free and nobody tried to take it. There was another team that actually went up there and tried to take Island from them. They just forced them off of it. You know, Mongrel, Savage, Panzer, they were like, no, this is our island. None of you can get up here and take it. The thing is though, with that sort of like back and forth, a bit of a stalemate on the island, nobody actually took down the Shogun boss. So there's a point where the team leaves the island and they're still up there and Shogun's just like firing away those fire masks towards those guys. But they held off and they held high and they win the game, and I'm very, very happy for my boys.
Yeah, and there is nothing about this Victory Royale to do with the fact that a lot of our big name trios didn't have the best Surge in E-minor.
Yeah, we didn't get to see a lot of our big names in there, right? We saw a lot of our names that we maybe expect to be looking good on Surge, looking in a good situation. I mean, we saw that with Veno's team. We saw that with Vanya's team as well. Just teams that have been performing well so far today and have been getting to these end games. They struggled. And I know Malibuka's team is another one of those as well. They just didn't have that Surge done early. And it just shows how difficult it really can be for some of our teams here, because the meta 11, the way that people get Surge is so different depending on the teams, and if you're below, it's so difficult to then catch up.
No, honestly, like I feel like we always get games like this in, like, you know, grand finals here in EU, where like there'll just be the one game where like a lot of the big names, the big hitters just aren't there. And like it was funny because we sort of like, you know, pinged around, the observers are showing us every single different like one of these big teams, and every single one of them were low, you know, just trying to solo clutch, trying to like do something, a shambles game. And I think it just goes to show how tough these lobbies are when it comes to the Surge thresholds. You're having to do so much damage. your little early game fight that you're doing near your POI isn't enough. You have to be getting and accumulating damage all throughout the early and mid game to be in a comfortable spot. And speaking of comfortable spots, something I don't think anybody was expecting to see. Pix Dom Demas leading the way. It's only been 3 games, I know. But come on, a team playing in their first major finals, leading the charge here in EU. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, you spoke about breaking the record earlier on, Levin. How about they just completely demolished it by coming first place in this FNCS Grands? And the way that this is looking, it's looking really, really strong for them. The way that they're able to play these low ground layers, we sort of spoke about it earlier. The way that they're able to sort of bounce off each other in endgame and make sure that they can pick up eliminations, whilst also staying consistent as well. They're making the end games, which is really nice to see. And they have that uncontested, powerful drop spot. Of course, they didn't make it all the way in this game. Of course, they didn't end up picking up a victory, but keep doing that throughout the day, and that's going to really benefit them.
We need to do a really quick check-in, boys, because I did speak to Nick off from Gentle Mates earlier. If you want to witness him and the likes of Gataga from the Mates chatting, they're streaming on Gataga's channel right now. We've got some good news for those boys and for all their fans watching, because they are 3 for 3 in the Osborne battle versus Camiseti and Chari. Nikov said, just wait. And I have to say, I didn't really believe him, but Mini Minor, I was wrong.
Yeah, and as was I in terms of my expectations of how this fight was going to go. I'm sure a lot of people would say the exact same. This is, I mean, this is not how things were supposed to go from the perspective of Cammy, Seti, and Shari, but this is the dream start for Podesai, Kira, and Xsqueeze. They just absolutely dominated so far. That fight right there took a little bit longer, which resulted in a third party coming on in, but Levin, they're just absolutely dominating so far.
Podesai went huge there. What a performance for him to clutch up, because they were down 2v3, expecting Cammy and Seti to finally get that win off Spawn. Podesai said, no. Like my manager Nikov said, wait and see.
Wait and see. You know what also I really wish we had was Levin's reaction face during that fight, because I could hear him and I could just imagine it, and it was like... And with that, we're heading off to our casters as we kick off game number 4. Taco and Takata, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. But Takata, we have definitely never seen the stakes be higher already in day 1 here, the Major 1 finals. So many of our big hitters looking to maintain their entry points inside of match 4.
Oh yeah, like you said, they kind of got knocked down a little bit, and a first-time major finals trio is leading the pack, right? We're just halfway through, and already so much has happened. Off-spawn engagements are going crazy. Will Cammy, Seti, and Cherry be able to come out on top this time around? Let's see as we get into game 4.
Na, negyedik game. Ami Seti és Sahinek meg kell nyerni az osztléket ahhoz, hogy benne maradjanak a top 10-ről küzdelembe. Igaz, hogy még van 9 meccs hátra, de ha 4 meccset egymás után elvesztenek, akkor egy nem valószínű, hogy túlságosan.
No, even in the last game, I mean, Darm had no materials and he was reloading his pump shotgun. So when he opened the edit, he couldn't cover himself, he couldn't even take a shot. I saw some 1v2 happen in one of the dimensions that endgame was played out. But we go back to the off-spawn engagement at Seaport City. Swizzy starting off strong with some shots getting connected, but quickly enough, Shakeoz with the slide is going to knock him down.
Mersztasség bukhatnak még egyet, ami viszont a
This could be devastating for their place on the
többi által lévő csapatnak ismét lenne. Ismét jó lenne, csak...
Queasy trying to follow through with the Oni pump and not gonna manage to find it just yet. But Merstash, what a teammate, what a backup play, because Queasy might have been toast otherwise. Granted, Queasy might still be in a whole world of trouble here though, Takata.
It's not over yet. Gonna use the kinetic blade to get out, but he has to be careful. Chug splashes were found, recuperate a bit of that lost HP as Merstash continues to take shots. And it looks like he has knocked down Shakeoff, so...
Úgy látom, hogy Xsqueeze megölte Setit.
It looks like they're gonna battle this
Lost
out in a 2v2.
League-ben megint csak
Queasy hoping for the best here. Former Stash trying to buy him just a little bit more time to get that rotate through. They can at least find that elimination onto Shakeoz. That would force the clean 2 versus 2 here. But Queasy,
Lemenetét követően Skyjumpék le tudják elhozni a gémet. Nem úgy tűnik egyelőre 2v1. Queasy Mersac versus Skyjump. Nézzük, Shake-oz meghal.
Oh yeah, they get
Skyjump.
Skyjump now on a sliver of HP. All it's
Nagyjából
gonna take is
10
one
HP, de
bullet
talán
to
még
connect as
kevesebben.
Merstash looks for an angle, but actually he's gonna go for the reboot. He says, you know what, we have time now. Skyjump doesn't have heals. He has to recuperate. We're gonna take this time to bring Swizzy back in the game, make it a 3 versus 1, and increase those odds of winning this off-spawn engagement to the maximum.
Now Skyjump could still look to be a nuisance here instead. It could be Sky and Scroll who look to ultimately capitalize on this fight taking place here in Seaport City. Queasy trying to put up a front, trying to put up some defensive measures, but he just doesn't have enough left over from that first exchange. He's gonna have to fall back.
Lehet, ugyanis ha őt még nem fedezték fel, akkor ő neki lehet esélye, hogy vagy gyorsan elmenjen, vagy
of taking too long to finish that C4 City fight, but the good news is they saw the reboot come through. They know it's a full trio, and now the third party is kind of a little bit riskier, so they're just going to take those pump shots as usual as we look at what happened by Lost Lake. It looks like Taco, am I seeing this once again? Cammy and Seti going down to Podosai, Akira and X-Wiz, or
ismét meghaltak, de most Moneymaker kerül egy 3-3-ba. Egyelőre ők állnak jobban, de Moneymakernek 4 villagya van már csak.
Help out Moneymaker, but Moneymaker might not need the help based on how he just found that last elimination so cleanly. Instead, it's going to be the third party out of Nathan and CZB that are the real threat here. Moneymaker forced to retreat back into these builds. Eclipse, though, already closing in, already getting the overhead angle. CZB Nathan as well perched and potentially looking to cut off every single avenue of escape.
Yeah, you saw them think about it. They were like positioned up to play aggressive here. They had all angles cut off, but they're like, you know, they're most likely full shield, full HP. It's gonna take a while. It's a little risky. And it looks like the disengage didn't come through as Eclipse got cracked by a whole other trio.
Egyelőre meglepetés triója
He's gonna be able to get
talán.
out though as he's regrouped with CZB. CZB now bit of time to recuperate that shield, but the shots are still coming through.
Sky és Scrollék közben megtámadták Queasyéket, és úgy látom, hogy Queasy le is megy a földre, úgyhogy innentől kezdve azért Queasyéknek nem lehet egy könnyű. Mersac ismét majdnem meghal.
Battle of attrition at this stage.
All players split up. Swizzy left alone. As Merstash did what he could to escape. I drop Sky and Scroll continuing with their third party. Skyjump ended up getting eliminated, but he was up there a second ago. As now they have to decide, do we continue the hunt here? Where is Merstash hiding? I mean, if Merstash, it looks like he is going to be able to get out, but even so,
és megjön ismét egy third party Mixon, comeback és Blaha. Most iDropékat támadja meg.
After witnessing everything go down, considering how close they are at Shattered Span, this is a really easy route of approach here, and iDrop gonna be the one trying to scramble through these buildings. Scroll as well.
És Sky az egyedüli egészséges játékos.
Has just been left in absolute shambles because of how
és már itt van a közelben Marius, Pixie és Vanyak is. Húha, Seaport City az most átváltozott egy háborús övezetté nagyjából. Most itt a környéken 3-4 csapat van. Plusz itt van azért még közelben Mersac, és aki nem tudom, hogy össze tudta szedni a kártyákat, a Rivals kártyákat, de nem valószínű, ugyanis még csak akkor haltak meg a csapattársa, amikor már elmenekülőben volt.
Chap looking for angles. Yep. Haruko looking to see what he can do.
And Champion is a Snorrailish.
Noah Riley has really been a firepower stick-out figure for Yanis's trio, though. But lurking ever close nearby, Teeny could be an absolute menace. Both of these teams seem completely oblivious to the fact that he's just lurking nearby.
Yeah, the issue is, like you said, so much potential for not a third party, a fourth or fifth party in this situation right as this battle ends. As Chap now looking to play aggressive with that crack onto Kide. Forced to use the chug splashes, angles onto Noah as he gets cracked as well, but the pressure's on. Chap looking to get full on into the box. Pickaxe comes through, needs to get the replays as they take down Kide. Now leaving
Teeny és csapata meg a megfelelő időre várnak, hogy letúrják. Csepet aki meg is hal egyből. Erre vártak Teeniék. És erre nem rég hallottam, hogy Teeny az pont ez a fajta játékos, aki csak beül egy bokorba, beül egy valamelyik és csak megvárja a megfelelő időt arra, hogy...
No, this is like a code red for any trio here. You do not want to be here right now. As Yanis doing what he can to escape, but it's Cryfalls and his trio trying to catch up to
Cryfalls-éket próbálják megölni Janiszéket, és hát most éppen csak Janiszt, ugyanis Norraili teljesen más irányban van. Teeny, Teeniék még mindig az előző fightban vannak. És összegyűlnek is egyszer, közben Merced meghalt, már részét költék meg. Kíváncsi vagyok, hogy Sky és Scroll elmenekültek-e onnan, vagy őket is megölték. És kíváncsi vagyok, hogy Blahamixon is comeback-kel mi történt, és még ők is ott voltak. És ott alig mutatták itt a... Úgy látom, igen.
Yeah, and this is now the second game back-to-back where Queasy, Swizzy and Merstash have gone down.
Itt közelben még van egy csapat, az valószínűleg comeback.
They were looking so strong. I mean, Merstash having won every single major one finals on EU in the last 2 years, wanting to do it once again, but now they have this hurdle where they just can't get off spawn, they just can't get out of Seaport alive, and now hopefully,
ők egy teljesen más trió, Blaha, Comeback és Mixon, nem tudom, hogy hova ült, lehet, hogy ők haltak meg, közben Teeniék valaki után rendkívül mennek, és ez a valaki az Norraili lesz, aki talán az utolsó csapat tag a triójával. Résznek nem maradt túl sok HP-je, és Norraili le is nokkolodik, még nem hal meg, ugyanis úgy látom, hogy itt a távolban Janis azért még ott van. Teeniék azért nagyon mélyen a körben.
I don't know if it's even nearby at this point, Taco. He's gone. He's left as they're on the edge of zone. Now forced to make their way back. We take a look.
Ismét a körben. Nekik van 3 kijük összesen. Azért ez számukra talán ezt a szörcs problémát megoldja, bár előbb az a 2 kill nem volt elég. Úgyhogy kíváncsi vagyok, hogy ez a 3 most.
You know, you never know. We still got Demus up there. We still got Pix Darm. If they have another big game, it's gonna be hard.
For sure, but we also know that Venom and Flixie, they've got cap mats on just about everyone. They've got very strong amount of shields and whites to work with, and those long press are going to help them cover the ground and help them just dictate which part of the dead side rotation do they actually want to pursue. There's also still high odds that they'll be able to get eliminations from teams going for reboots as well. So Rizoi hoping to shut down that dream for Moneymaker, doesn't want to allow Gudenbry or Clownski a chance to fight back.
Uh-oh, shots are gonna come through by Noms. Not going full aggressive though. They've already gotten cracks, but they're not just committing instantly to that fight. They're not going for a triple spray. They're not going for a pre-edit. They're continuing to take angles even though they have that advantage. It kind of makes me think that they're just playing it a little extra safe. They're a little scared. They don't want to go down here. As now Guden is looking to see if he can maybe find an angle onto Gripey, onto Rizoi. Is there any option he can take here? But once he breaks that tree, they're gonna know, as Gripey quickly turns his eyes towards them. And now it's turned into more of a stale 3v3.
But something that I've noticed here, Takada, is that neither of these teams seem to be looking back at where they just came from out of Magic Mosses. And keep in mind, Venom's team, they're pushing south. They might actually stumble upon this little engagement taking place here. And if Gudembri's trio is not able to focus out those healings sooner rather than later, they're going to be forced to deal with the third-party scenario.
Speaking about storm engagements though, Chino might have an angle here, forced to break down the ramp, but not gonna have an opening. As now looks like a regroup back to Nebs and Pink. As I don't know if they're gonna want to fully commit to this fight. Looking at our number one trio in terms of the leaderboard, Dark and Demas are now in not the best of situations, as Demas has been knocked down and fully eliminated. So I'm not sure if they are going to be looking for a reboot or if this is something that kind of happened recently, but it looks like Mix and Blaha and Comeback are going to be the ones on the other end.
Surprising that Mix and Blaha and Comeback haven't opted to just immediately full key Darm or Pix underneath them. So almost want to assume that they're not even aware of the fact that Pix is lurking in this manner. He does have that Void Onimask to try and teleport to safety, but if Comeback, Blaha, and Mixon actually want to commit to the chase, Pix might not have any other options here, because Darm just trying to hold down a separate angle. Pix, though, brave in his own right, still willing to commit. He's directly at the bottom of their surge base. But it's a triple TP to his teammate, and he knows that Darm's in a world of trouble.
Yeah, now it's going to be all about that regroup, taking shots back onto Mix and Blaha and Comeback to try and stop them from their aggression onto Darm. But Darm is doing what he can to stay up. They've spotted Pix now. Onimask is going to get pre-placed back above. Are they going to go back to high ground? Or are they continue chasing Darm? As Pix is doing what he can to maintain his elevation. Now with his, I'm gonna say duo, his other teammate that's still up, basically left him at this point. He most likely is gonna be forced to regroup, but he could maybe take a bit of damage as he has to be careful. The shots come through. Pix is cracked and now is forced to play inside the storm.
This is so cooked for Pix. If anything, he might have just gone up and kicked the hornet's nest with that last play commitment, but definitely respect the effort when you're in these types of duo circumstances, going for that sneak approach, maybe trying to turn tides in your favor. They didn't really have a whole lot of other options here, Takada, but being forced this far back into Storm, they know that there's going to be other teams inside of the zone, position based up in much stronger positions, and making a play for and basically even a decent entry point is going to be incredibly tough. Not to mention other teams still lurking nearby.
They know too. Nefrizzi saw Pix rotating, but he gets the water sprite just in time to recuperate the HP and keep himself in the game. Darm now applying that pressure onto the aggressors, getting them out of the sight and hopefully giving Pix a bit of time to reboot Demas back into the game. That was a little too close.
One thing that Darm and Pix certainly have going for them is their fighting capabilities. Darm and Demas especially. The fact that they're going to be able to once again run things down as a full trio can be a scary sight for some of our other teams that are looking to try and ensure that they're not maintaining their current first place position on the leaderboard. Granted, it's not about how you start the day, it's about how you finish, especially when there's 2 days of games here. So I really think that Demas is fully aware of the fact that he's gonna have to take some time to get some better weapons online, and they can still maintain the same sort of firepower behind it.
Yeah, I mean, they have that motivation, that fire behind them from being in first place currently, and it's huge that they were able to get that reboot. I mean, just from 1 HP literally to recuperating it into now having your full trio up and running, a bit of time to recuperate match. All it really takes now is one refresh, one elimination to put themselves back into the game. And from the confidence we've been seeing, with a great pistol, it might be the time where they look for something.
74 below though.
They
don't have a choice. They have to take this fight. Freezy looking incredibly low. And sure enough, Pix is gonna get knocked again, but Darm making sure that it is for good measure. Rakuzen also trying to escape here, but Lucia is gonna be the one that shuts down this dream here for Polar. Rakuzan and Lucia do survive, but it comes at a pretty heavy cost, losing to Freezy there.
Too many pump shots were missed. But Teeny is gonna end up picking off Noah Riley as well. Now putting this trio at 6 eliminations. This is a non-stop back-to-back.
This is some devious work by Teeny's trio, though. The fact that they would chase Giannis out to follow up on his reboot for his teammates, and Noah Riley getting eaten by the same team. Back-to-back is just so tough. And sure enough, just reviewing what went south here for Giannis's trio. Only this time around, there were actually no survivors.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, when they eliminated Noah, it was on the edge of the map in the water. Like, basically took out a fisherman, but doing it twice, like you said, absolutely devious. But hey,
Vikó és Flixi a szigetet foglalják el.
Third place, as you can see.
Ismét hozzásegítheti őket egy high győzelemhez, de még azért nem annyira kicsi a kör, hogy innen meg is tudják tartani, sőt, jelenleg nagyon is nagy. És az a 3 kill, amit szereztek, ez most úgy látszik, hogy bőven elég, ugyanis 700 vannak, nem is trasholt fölött. Úgyhogy
And with the way that the zone is
az
pulling,
a 3 kill most elég, nem ahogy, mint az előző gameben az a 2. Azonban akiknek nem elég Storm Surge-ük van, az Nems, Pink és Chino. 41 vannak a limit alatt, nekik is van 1 killjük, de az nem elég, amint látjuk.
Continuing to tick away at his HP bar, but Trulex just underneath. Trulex, Tayson, and Chicho as well. They're a team that the desk and us together, we're kind of just waiting to see, are they going to get, you know, as fraggy as some of these other teams? They kind of need it at this point, because if you want a winning game, you're going to have to find eliminations, those consistent refreshes. As far as Chink, Pink, and Nebs are concerned, Chino just knows that it is going to be so tough here.
Chinoék azok elhasználják az összes híjüket, elhasználják az összes ammolyukat, és ajjaj, Pink meghalt. Pinknek már csak Pink ammolyat feltölni Chino. Egyetlen Eged bírt ki a Storm Surge-tel már. Chino, Nebs még túl tud élni. Visszaszavage-ék elvesztették Mongrát, Storm Surge talán, de nem biztos. Sajnos ez
exactly like how you'd imagine for a lobby that's suffering from having dealt with Venom's team in control of that Shogun's arena, though everyone just kind of smothered to the low ground. Venom's team in prime position on the front side of zone already. Nebs just hoping to remain as concealed as possible. He at least has a decent amount of builds to work with, but when you're a solo in these types of circumstances and you're 368 and it just keeps growing and growing away from you as far as the damage threshold is concerned, Nebs, he's gonna have to just hope that the small fry make it. It can maybe buy him a little bit more placement, but things are looking pretty grim.
Yeah, dark for Nebs right now. He needs some shining light, something, anything, but unable to get it. Is gonna go down. In the meantime, we have Skavi and Aris here fishing up to recuperate. Desperate need of shield, of heals. But the issue is, the storm's already closing. In 45 seconds, it's gonna be fully closed, so they don't have time to keep on fishing. They have to force a rotate here without even being able to recuperate all their shield and HP. But Panzer, on the other hand, looks like he's gonna pick up a knock. Good amount of chug splashes, good amount of materials. They can make something happen even though they're a duo here.
The problem though with where they're trying to like blindly TP through, there's just so much congestion having already pulled on these edges of the zone. Panzer though does have a whole lot of splashes. His inventory's at least got 7 to work with here, so they can't afford to just tank a little bit of storm damage if need be to continue boxing up in a better position to comparison to the rest of the lobby, but they can't play immediate frontside. They're just trying to remain a little bit more concealed here.
As now the next zone has appeared, this is where you want to be as quick as possible to plan your potential rotates.
És Marius, Vanyak és Pixi próbálják meg megszerezni a high groundot, de ebben még biztosan lesz beleszólása más csapatoknak is, mint például ott van alattuk Skystro, Lightrop, valamint Vico, Veno és Flixi. De egyelőre Sky-ék a Ultimate Low Groundot és a Front Tarpot választják. Megpróbálnak ők is, akárcsak Venóék, ők Low Ground fölött egy layerrel vannak.
I see it. I see Veno already looking up. He wants to constantly be aware of how that high ground's looking. They're ahead of zone. They have enough materials to play it, but the issue is high ground looks so healthy. They need to find an efficient shop here, and while they take that time, you got Vico, you got Flixi fragging out in the backside of the tarp here, picking up refreshes to continue their dominance in terms of materials. Everything needed to retake the high later on here.
Meanwhile, Savage just trying to stay as close-knit to Panzer as possible. They know that they can't afford to split for even a second, otherwise they're going to end up like Svi, just getting picked apart in the sky, still managing to hold on. Just barely, but it's just not going to be enough here, Takada. If he wants to really break through, he needs a refrag, and currently he's forced to play backside with Atris.
And look how high up in the sky Vanya, Marius,
and Co are playing. Mr. Savage though now left alone as a solo. Making more 27H or shield to work with. Right now he has to play backside his zone. He has to be careful. He can't go too far ahead. He doesn't have the loot to do so. It's just scavenging as many placements as possible and trying to find other solos that are also scuffed on loot and materials to pick off and get that refresh from. The issue is there's just so many duos, there's so many trios close by that it might be hard to find an opening on a solo, but he's doing a great job of riding the back of the wave.
You just gotta hope that nobody spots him out because Mr. Savage only having 4 builds left. Takada, it's almost like he's pickaxing to his own demise here soon enough. Spots the fact that Aluka is more than healthy enough, trying to just get ahead of the player that pushed up directly behind him. And Savage,
Sky, Scroll, ketten maradnak, Lightrop-ot elvesztették. Mariusék vajon fel vannak még a high ground-on, elég valószínű, és nem nagyon láttam egy high ground. A Flixi közben lelakkolódik. Mariusék még mindig fenn vannak. Refrizék lemennek az Ultimate Low Ground-ra, bepújnak egy pokolba. Nincsen semmi motív, közben Flixi sikerült felszedni a földre, de úgy látszik, hogy meg is fog halni. Nem, egyetlen tick a Stormtól, és azonban megtörténik, hogyha nem vigyáz. Úgyhogy neki nem szabad egy másodpercet sem kimaradni a körben. Közben Lucia meghal, Rakuzan meghal, valószínűleg a Savage már nem él, meg lennék lepődve, ha még élne. Rakuzan is meghal, Malibukáig föntről próbálják Pixiéket ölni. Veno is megölt valakit, Malibukáig megpróbálnak egy layerrel lejjebb menni, megpróbálják pickaxe-elni magukat. még mindig hárman vannak, Veno, Flixi és Vico, ők lehetnek az első két win szerző csapat, hogyha Veno megöli Vanyakot és Pixit is, Vico Malibukát próbálja megölni. És meghal Malibuka is, Veno, nem tudom ki az utolsó, Marius és megölik Mariust is, Veno és Vico és Flixi a negyedik game győztesei, és ezzel valószínűleg azért át is veszik az első helyet, bár ezt nem szól már, ugyanis Mariusék másikok lettek, akiknek szintén egész sok pontjuk volt, úgyhogy nézzük. De így van, átvették a vezetést ezzel a győzelemmel. Vico, Veno és Flixi a másik győzelmeket szerzik a mai napon, és ez egy még jobb győzelem, mint az előző 14 kill. Ez egyszerűen fölvitte őket hirtelen a 6-7-8. helyre, hirtelen az első helyre, egy 40 pontos előny, és most már szerintem tényleg kimondhatom, hogy a nap legnagyobb meglepetése eddig Country, Finaik és harmadik, hatodik és negyedik helyen végeztek. Ez konzisztencia. Nincsenek sok kíjeik, nincsen győzelmük, de konzisztensek, és mindig benn van a konzisztensen a top 5, top 6 környékén, akár top 3, top 4 is, ugye, amint látjuk, 2 hatodik, egy negyedik és egy harmadik helyük van. És a konzisztencia az úgy tűnik, hogy ma eléggé kifizetődik számukra, ugyanis hát második helyen vannak. Igaz, hogy 40 ponttal vannak lemaradva, de a mai nap szerintem minden game után más ember, más csapat volt az ilyen, úgyhogy volt már 60 pontos előny is. Igazán Merszacsék vezettek már ma 60 ponttal, jelenleg 8. helyen állnak, és ők vannak majdnem 80 pontos hátrányba. Úgyhogy semmit nem jelent egyelőre ez a 40 pontos előny Vicoéknak, de azért talán ezután lehetséges, hogy ők megpróbálnak majd azért még egy-két győzelmet összehozni, és azért lehet, hogy elhúznak a lobby többi részétől ezek után. Ugyanis hát azért mégis ők talán Európa legjobb formában lévő triója, csak már az első és a harmadik game-ben kicsit szerencsétlenek voltak. Harmadik helyen van Vanyak, Pixi és Marius, ők 14 ponttal vannak a második hely alatt, ők eddig 2 darab második helyet szedtek össze. Ők is azért egész jól játszanak. Én azt hittem, hogy sokkal több kijük lesz a High-on, mindez 2 kill sikerült szerezniük az egész meccs alatt, ami azért annyira nem sok, hogy valljuk be meg az őszintét. Ez azért annyira nem sok. Pinvox és Malibuka egy újabb svéd és ukrán kombójú trió. Ők egy harmadik helyen sikerült feljebb jönniük a leaderboardon. Skyscroll és iDrop szintén egy egész konzisztens trió, eddig folyamatosan ben voltak a top 10-ben, de a top 5-öt még nem sikerült egyszer se elérniük, ami azért kelleni fog az, hogyha ők meg akarják esetleg nyerni, vagy bekerülni a top 3-ba, azért szükségük lenne egy top 5-ös game-re legalább, de egy győzelem még magasabbra repíteni őket a leaderboardon. Ugye Pixdarm és Demus ez most leestek az első helyre, ugye ilyen szoros volt itt a leaderboard, hogy egyetlen egy rossz game, és már is hirtelen első helyre 6. vagy. Címéjék egy 12. helyen nagyjából tartották magukat ott, ahol voltak, ha jól emlékszem. Szvizéjék ismét egy rossz game-mel, egy első és egy 7. után egy 26. és 27. helyen sikerült ezt az első 2 gémet lerontani, és ezzel már csak a 8. helyen állnak. A Mongrálék azonban ismét javítottak a pozíciókon 2-t, ugyanis az előző game után Major 11-ek voltak, most azonban Mr. Savage-nek sikerült szólóba egy 7. helyet klácsolnia, ami rendkívül jó számukra, bár ők már azért le vannak maradva itt az első 8-tól egy 30 ponttal, de mint mondottam, ez a 30 pontos hátrány simán visszahozható szerintem. Alattuk pedig a 10. helyen CZB, Eclipse és Nathan, akiknek ez a game nem sikerült túlságosan jól, úgyhogy kíváncsi vagyok, hogy a maradék két gameben mi lesz, de ezek után, a gémek után még ugye nem fog eldőlni, hogy nem fog eldőlni a bajnoknak a kiléte, mert a holnapi napon is lesz még 6 darab mérkőzésünk, és majd ezután a 6 darab mérkőzés után fog eldőlni. Csak.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is our Major 1 finals, and so far it's absolutely delivering. We've got a whole other day of this, boys, but I just don't want it to end because I just can't wait to see who's going to be taking it. We're definitely seeing the big trio step up. We're also seeing some more surprising names, also challenging the leaderboard. More on that in a moment, because first of all, we should talk about Marius, Vanya and Pixie Mini Minor, because yes, they came very close to taking the victory royale. Then they had high ground on lock until the final moments, but actually they had a fantastic start to the game too.
Yeah, they did. The way that they actually took advantage of the sort of Seaport City fight, we saw that Queasy and company took a little bit longer in that fight against Momsy and his team. Then of course iDrop's team went on in there, and then this team, Vanya, Pixie and Marius, then almost fourth partied in a sense, and it just set them up so well for this game. Then for the end game 11, it's kind of exactly what we expect from this trio. Really nicely played high ground from them, and a really well played to like sort of suppress the lobby and make sure everyone's compressed down, so that it did come down to this final 1v1.
And remember, we almost didn't see this team in the FNCS final. They were one of the last chance qualified teams. This is a team that again just had so many problems, you know, outside the Kappa Kappa factory when they were uncontested in that group stage. It looked like they didn't have a clue what they were doing. And the contrast to now, where they are one of the better teams in this lobby. Again, the beauty of the format, the last chance qualifier was great. Another last chance qualified team in Haris's team, Teeny's team, they're also in the top 10 looking good as well. So it's nice to see these teams that had struggles through the season figuring things out here in the finals.
Just quickly though, Levin, are you surprised they managed to get it together? Because when you look at the individual elements, those players on this trio, all three of them are guys we are used to seeing on the first page of a leaderboard.
Yeah, no, it was always about the meta read, right? It was always about understanding the game. The talent was never the question with Marius, Pixie and Vanya on the team. It was about figuring out how to play. I think the way, you know, the surge has been breaking down in this lobby, where it's a lot of like these like team fights that are taking place where they're able to come in and third party, has benefited how they want to play.
Well, let's take a look at our surprise in number 2. And I say surprise because actually, Mini Minor, this was your surprise trio going into the Major 1 finals. Katrick, Finchek and Upor, they're playing a blinder.
Yeah, really nicely played from these guys so far. I knew they were going to do good. I knew that there was a team that we expected to do pretty good overall, I think. I'm sure a lot of people would agree, but not necessarily this good. Second place after 4 games. Their placements have been really good as well. 4th, 6th, and 3rd. And this game in particular, their best of the lot so far. They just keep getting better, Levin, and it seems like the way that they're able to hold off other teams in fights so far has been really good. They're really strong in the surge as well. So I'm not too concerned about the way that this could go worse. first for this team, I guess.
Yeah, they're a team that I've been telling people not to sleep on. I feel like so many people were sleeping on them. They're a team who, again, since like that sort of last week of the divisionals, they've just been in great form. And I feel like when you watch their games, you watch how they play, so much firepower, they can keep up with the best of them. Again, you can't sleep on some of the new talent popping up in the EU. A lot of these guys just will surprise you. They will prove you wrong if you do.
Well, no one's going to be sleeping on Dima's German picks now because they were your surprise Trio 11. And these guys are aggressive. They will TP on you and just steal your elimination life for Surge.
Well, yeah, they were the ones getting TP'd on last game, right? By Mix and then Comeback and Blaha. But a tough game for them. Again, I'm not worried about these guys. Like, I think the key thing to remember is that when a team this sort of inexperienced in this lobby, you know, has as you know, the early success they've had, they're gonna run into hiccups. They're gonna run into problems. We can't expect them to just, you know, win 12 out of 12 games, right? That's not the standard here for them. They're gonna have to figure things out, but they'll be all right.
Yeah, they're more than all right, judging by their position on the leaderboard. We have to head swiftly, though, into game number 5. So let's head back to Takata and Taco.
Thank you, Frankie. I mean, you were saying it yourself. It is incredibly close, and it can show just how much the leaderboard can change from one match. I mean, it's completely different. So, I don't know, Taco. Going into these last 2 matches of the day, reminder, we still have 6 more tomorrow, but of the day, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Takata, because at least from a spectator point of view, I'm having an awesome time. These end games have been so phenomenal to witness, but one big takeaway so far today, that Shogun's Arena looking pretty primo as far as these end game placements are concerned. So match 5, let's see who takes it.
It's good you point that out. It's been pure success from the trios that have been able to kind of maintain that Shogun's Arena. But going back to the early game, Taco, we do have something that, you know, we've seen quite a few times now. Both
get on the board.
POIs I got an eye on is obviously Seaport with our top trios fighting, but also Lost Lake. It's 4-0 right now. Will a change happen in these last matches? Will Camiseti Chari be able to kind of overcome it? And also, will Queasy, which I think is almost even more important to focus here, will they be able to kind of get back into the game? They started off so strong, but back-to-back games off spawn getting eliminated.
Chari versus Padasai, akire is X-Quiz. Meg tudják-e verni a Holland
right now, Takata. They need to show some signs of life here in day 1. They've got next to nothing. In fact, I don't think they have anything as far as points are concerned. Realistically, Swizzy trying to make sure this exchange doesn't get drawn out this time around. One elimination already onto Shake goes and
Swizzyék már meg is szerzik az első killt, megpróbálják ezt a fightot most gyorsan lezárni. Úgy láttam, hogy eddig egyik kill meg is volt, meg volt a második is. Mások az utolsó kill.
Early eliminations, Momsy being the last
3
one.
V1.
All they need to do is close this one out and play as usual to finish off a strong game. I mean, they just cannot afford much more bad matches.
Nah, Queasy's had enough, though. He's got full tabs on where this Oni TP has been placed. He's gonna send Mustache up to sick him, but Swizzy also making sure to cut off that exit way. Queasy, Mustache just continuing to hunt Momsy down. They don't want to allow any opportunities for that French revival later on in the game off the reboot play.
Yeah, they want them out of the match. Don't want to even think of them for the rest of the game here. But so far, done a good job of kind of cleaning up and getting locked in once again to staying efficient in terms of loot and what you're gathering. But as we look back over at Lost Lake,
Lost Lake-ben egy third party érkezett meg. Még mielőtt a 3-3 befejeződött volna, ami lehet, hogy egyébként el se kezdődött, megérkezett a third party, és most a franciák számára ez nem egy jó jel.
Camiseti and Chari are just gonna opt to maybe try and leverage some positioning. Look for a knock or elimination onto Podesai and X-Squeeze, the only remaining French players from this team here at Lost Lake. But yeah, with that third party entry being so early on, It's just the results of teams that have been struggling to find success here today, Takata, and looking to come up with something out of nothing.
That's the difficult part. It's kind of having those comebacks as we look now. Once again, a bit more aggression being put onto Cammy and Chari here. Issue is they just don't have anything in their favor. Chari gets knocked down. Cammy said he left as a duo.
No, Cammy
now gets cracked as well, but he gets a big shot back onto his opponent. Forced to let the other players push on in, but as Cammy gets eliminated, Seti's left as a solo. It's looking grimmer and grimmer as the matches go on.
Seti in a last attempt here, trying to see if he can Typhoon Blade through for any pickup of damage. It's just not going to be enough. We're starting to approach the conversation now where Lost Lake might just be a net negative for everyone involved at the start of it, at least, aside from those teams that look for the third party. But Magic Monsters also has its own slew of troubles brewing here for Obob.
A meccs végére akár már 300 pontos hátrányban is lehet, meg majd az első csapat mögött. De lehet, hogy lesz ez majdnem 350 pont is. Attól függ, hogy ki nyeri ezt a gémet.
But Robob's team happy to get those elims early.
Yeah, good start. But the issue is now, with that time that was expended, they're going to have to take some more time recuperating what they've lost. But you got to be careful as Rizoi is going to get caught. Saw him crouching in the corner of his eye. Quick little emote. As now they can spend that time to continue with their path, but it, you know, it's a good start for the trio as we look back over the Pixie.
Marius pedig Skyscroll és Eintracht ellen küzdenek, és a közelben itt van Csettini, vagy Noah Riley, meg a vagyis hívják a harmadikot. Genix. Lehet, hogy ez számukra nem lesz egy szerencsés fight, hogyha itt most elkezdenek 3-3-ban Pixie közben több helyre elkezdik úrni a hanyakéket, Pixie majdnem bele is halt ebbe a több oldalú spraybe.
They know that it could have been a potential opening to maybe look for something, but as time continues goes on, we see Dimas. What did they take down? 1, 2, a whole trio, it seems. As this is a great start for this trio.
3 killt legalább.
This is a huge rotation happening early on.
Ezzel talán meg is sikerült nyernie. Sikerült ezzel megszerezniük az elegendő Stormswatch-et. Lehetséges, hogy már nem kell tovább foglalkozniuk ezzel, bár még egyáltalán biztos, hogy elég lesz az a 3 kill.
They decided to go towards Twinkle Terrace here, and just like that, Batman's gonna be on the other end of this wall. Meanwhile, Ping Malabuka walks hard, looking to play a bit aggressive for those tags, get that damage done. As Batman is continuing to take those corner shots, jump shots, but Ping has to be careful as he gets dropped lower and lower just to force shield. Forced to pop a big pot here and take a bit of time in the defensive end.
Volko already preemptively placing TPs to try and bail out, doesn't want to get stuck, knowing full well these third-party scenarios are just not going in most teams' favors here today. Clownski, Gudenbri rotating out of Whiffy Wharf, bound to have heard all the commotion taking place at Twinkle Terrace, and for Ping Malabuka and Walks, while they haven't been able to necessarily confirm an elimination, they still got a decent amount of damage, and they know that there's just too much foot traffic in the area right now. They need to find a better positional point to try and get some tags in.
Positioning. Looks like Nako, Harko, and Kire have been able to get out of the trenches, kind of on the edge of the map where they were dropping. they've had a lot of difficulty just getting up this hill with all the trios that were looking back on them, but it seems now they're elevated. They are in an engagement once again, but it's fine. It's going to give them that damage. And hopefully they were already able to get a bit, as now they have chosen to disengage, as Tini, Harris, and Skivvy once again kind of crouched around looking for an opening.
Nagyon szereti ezt a bujkálós témát.
Tini? I mean, when you don't actually have a central drop that you want to function out of, and you're forced every single lobby to essentially just stake your bets, trust in your own gameplay capabilities, to find a last-minute plan to come up with a huge positive for your team.
Spanyolok Mask Meadowsnál arcolnak Kenny székkel.
With what's going down here at Mask Meadows, what had initially been a relatively uncommon position there for Chap Yanis and Noah Riley in the early game, starting to get a little bit more traction as some of these other teams pushing in sooner to these POIs, trying to get a piece of the action before they have to worry about those surge thresholds.
Yeah, it seems they sensed a little bit too much danger when they were on the snowy mountain close by and decided, you know what, let's go maybe for more fair 3-on-3 closer to Mask Meadows instead of all the potential third parties that can come through up here on the hill. So far it's, I wouldn't say worked out, but it hasn't gone poorly either. Just been able to take some shots back and forth, recuperate a bit of mats, and continue forwards as one up in his trio.
A meglepetés második helyen álló
in a position where if you look at the bottom right in the mini-map, there's a lot of... It's a popular location, you could say, as Adam's got to be careful. A crack's going to come through, drop to 64 HP, and now forced to play defensively.
Yeah, the problem is this is Malibuca's team backyard. They're in home ground currently. Is Adam
jó 130-140 damage-et.
Has to fall back, has to regroup with Fincheck. Fortunately enough, this Hillface is going to provide a decent point,
nem sikerült megszerezni.
overview at least to see what all is actually taking place, but it might just be a complete
Menót láthatjuk, hogy Stormfighter-nak ismét.
Vico on the other hand, just continuing.
Ez már a harmadik killjük volt, és most megszerzik a negyediket is.
Two on the board extra, as now they continue their wrath. I'm not sure where the last remaining player is, but that puts them up to 4 total eliminations so far. Now gonna have more than enough damage. This is more what I would expect from a trio like this. I mean, they always kind of take these engagements, take these fights that sometimes you could say would put them into risky situations, but they're true, I guess, thing that sets them apart is being able to kind of recover from those situations if they do end up going poorly. The good news is, I mean, the type of trio they are, it's not going to go poorly too often for Podosai, Squeeze, and Akira, though. Been leading in terms of early game engagements, but unable to kind of close it out in the late games.
Got to deal with the likes of Gudenbri and Moneymaker now, but also have to remember Malibuca definitely somewhere nearby, so you don't want to get all in commit heavy unless you know for sure that you can actually close out the fight. The longer things go on, the easier it'll be for a team to set up positioning and hold you inside of the storm. As X-Squeeze trying to get a different angle now, looking to break down this wall. Akira's got to be careful. X-Squeeze knocking on the door, but Akira instead gonna eat the other end of that pump shot. Gudenbri will manage to fall though.
Gudenbri.
Doing what he can.
És meghal, úgyhogy ez most már egy 2v2. Azonban van idékör. Szintén alacsony HP-re. Lement. És a double res talán sikerül Akirájáknak. Ja nem, ez nem 2v2, vagy nem, ez csak egy 3v1. Nem is egy 3v2.
Unfortunately though, Moneymaker's team, they were hoping to try and come up with a third party in the first place.
Moneymakeréknek ismét vége a game-nek. Azonban Squeezy-éknek most sikerült tudni eddig ezt az első pár.
A massive surge base currently just outside of Seaport City, and it almost looks as if they're trying to establish for a take on Shogun's Arena.
I mean, it wouldn't be something new, something we're not expecting from this trio. What's impressive though is just from those first 2 matches they actually played out after getting out of Seaport. I mean, that's basically all the points they have. They had 2 matches where they got basically nothing, and they're still in the top 10 even despite that. So I mean, hopefully with one big game here, it's gonna push them back into that top 5, top 3 potentially, but it's easier said than done. Kharko has not lost Nako up here by Master Meadows, so not sure how they're going to be able to recuperate from this.
Let's see. Kire knows Loki and Luce. They want to try and get an overhead position on them, but they also have to be wary of the teams that are already on that Shogun's Arena. Luce, Monet, and Loki, in fact, they're just trying to completely rotate out. They've got the ability to try and hold Noah Riley, he's been knocked. Chapin Yanis on top of the island, dealing with Vanya and Pixie.
Vanyakék is följöttek a szigetre, már Rész és Pixivel.
But that's a whole other trio taking shots from afar. And meantime, you got Shogun just chopping into your box, breaking down your builds, causing disruption. As now this puts a lot more pressure on all the trios that are up here, but Vanya connecting some crucial shots to give them a bit more time to build out.
But with everything happening here on top of Shogun's Arena, you have to still keep in mind that team in the surge base over by Seaport City, Queasy and Swizzy, they were high enough to see that there's definitely tons of teams looking to go at it on top of Shogun's Arena. And you have to remember, it's not necessarily always about that Shogun's medallion that these teams are after. Just being able to claim the positioning, being able to actually control the flow of the lobby, that can be the real difference maker up top.
It's gotta be the most trios I've seen up top. I mean, not only today, but even taking groups into play and everything. Normally you see 1 or 2 contesting each other, but maybe based on, you know, what we've seen comes from the placements after these trios have played Island. They're getting a bit more popular mid-major finals, as Finnick and 1UP here alongside Adam are just kind of taking shots down below with trios rotating through.
And they get buggy, man.
Still gonna be a big moment though for Upple's team. They've just quietly been holding down that secondary place on the leaderboards heading into this 5th lobby of the day. All of the highlight reel moments, it feels like, have been surrounding some of our bigger name teams or the new up-and-comers, Takata, but gotta keep tabs on what's unfolding right in front of us after all. And Upple, Adam, they seem to have figured something out, and SkySweet's gotta be careful. Same story here for SkyScroll
vannak a limit felett, úgyhogy van bőven Storm Surge-ük, nekik nincs
they can stake out
szükségük.
where exactly these other teams are rotating in from, but that mountain behind them could prove to be their biggest hurdle yet, because working away up a mountain that teams have already got surge bases built up on is so difficult.
Itt van a szöges ellentéte Jarko, Ire és Marko, akiknek
just the edge of it, as Kharko, Kire and Nako might be going for a play here on top of the surge base.
330 vannak a
to go for Tini and Horace, but not getting enough elevation. They're not going to open up a chance to connect the shot. And now, like we were alluding to, they're still not in the zone. They're going to have more trios keeping an eye on them because they are so elevated that it's going to make this rotate just that much more difficult, as they're actually going to choose to disengage from this and come back at a safer time.
Still, now they got to deal with the teams that were kind of hovering near the underbelly of that Shogun's Arena. Article looking to try and back up his teammates, but Chap's gonna actually take a piece he was not expecting. Just completely knocked. Never saw it coming. Same story here for Yanis. Unfortunate circumstances unfolding.
2 quick pickings for Kharko, as he gets those eliminations needed to keep themselves up just a bit longer. And if I'm not mistaken, they might have even just caught the medallion as well, as now Kharko with the invisibility medallion from Shogun continuing on forwards. He's hungry for more, as Kire and Nako are gonna just recuperate the rest of that loot that was used from going from this engagement. But this is some strong potential for this trio now.
Yeah, but Giannis had just completely got this game turned on his head. What looked so promising initially, dealing with Shogun's Arena, dealing with potentially having control of that medallion, now he's left to try and deal with scrambling as far as placements as possible. As a solo can try to do,
de úgy látszik, hogy megjátszották, és most egy egészen jó helyet elfoglaltak itt a körülbelül a high groundot. Elfoglalták, de még mindig nincsenek meg Sunsearch-el. És munkáikat még mindig nem láttam. Azért megmutatnám őket, nem? De hogy nem. Reméljük, hogy még életben vannak, egyébként lehet, hogy éppen pont őket lövik. Pixiék közben megszereznek egy újabb killt.
They are in a relatively central position, but yeah, they're just not going to be able to hold that spot if they're going to have to go take a fight.
Mondjuk nem is Flexi Floodgate környékén lesznek ők.
They're also trying to make sure they don't get caught in the masses of everybody else rotating, but they're doing an excellent job at just making sure to look up.
Egyáltalán még élnek, majd ha nem, akkor nekik is rendkívül nehéz lesz. Azért. De ott vannak piros jelöléssel.
Rift Island is also kind of on the edge here. It actually pulls towards Rift Island. Shogun's
Aki felmegy a Rift Islandre, az... És ez a valaki, ez mondjuk az Janis, egyedül, úgyhogy ez most nem biztos, hogy azért ő azt meg fogja tudni tartani, főleg, hogy egyedül maradt, és valószínűleg a lootja se a legoptimálisabb ahhoz, hogy ő egyedül egy high groundot meg tudjon tartani. De benne van, hogy megtartja, de azért mint látjuk most már egyből át is vette a szigetnek a pozícióját Marius, Vanyak és Pixi. Egyelőre ők vannak high groundon. Mariusnál nem volt semmiféle hír, az nem tudom, hogy azért benne meg nincsen egyáltalán hír. Hát ez csak valamiféle. Elfelejtettek szétosztani egymás között lootot. Nem tudom, hogy mi történhetett. Közben Demus, Darm és X-Mink ilyenek is firmanak próbálnak a frontside-ra rotételni. Teljesen nyugodtan triók körülöttük sehol.
So many places to hide as well.
Ikóék próbálnak megtalálni. Próbáltak meg talán Prélitel Tészenéket meglepni. Tészenéknek úgy látszik, hogy úgy látszik, hanem Tészenéknek egyre nem nagyon ment ez a Grand Final, ezt nem láttam őket túlságosan a leaderboardon felül, szóval meg nem is láttam őket túlságosan in-game sem. Mongálék megpróbálnak egy légy. Nem tudom, milyen playtelen följöttek a szigetre. De nem tudom. Mongán meghalt sajnos. Láttam, hogy a feeden lement. És úgy láttam, hogy panzerik pedig azért ott vannak mindenek a közepébe. De itt vagyunk a Mercesékkel, most pedig már Sky-ékkal. Sky-ék éppen azt az embert lövik, aki megölte Mongrát. És meg is ölték, úgyhogy ezt így Mongrálért visszakaptad, kisköcsög, viccelek. Semmi bajom azzal, hogyha megöli Mongrát, nyilván mindenki. És ugye nyilván Vanyak, Pixi és Marius lesznek a high groundon. Ugyanis ugye ők voltak a szigeten, onnan a ezért annyira nem nehéz megszerezni. Előző gémbe ők voltak a Iron-on szintén, nem sikerült győzelme váltani azt a gémet. Meglátjuk, hogy majd most sikerül-e. Scroll Sky-t és iDropot rendesen megtudta Marius. Úgyhogy nekik most majd healelni kell, de talán most már biztonságban vannak.
So much went their way. All they have to do is close it out now, continuing to apply pressure on any potential trio that might be looking for height. As Merch has to be careful, currently leading the pack in terms of eliminations today. Will he continue that forwards as he's been cracked down to just 50 HP? His teammates need to help him out here as the minis get popped. The aggression comes through. It's Mr. 7 drawn a full trio looking to get into their boxes. Swizzy's gone down.
Swizzy meghalt, Mongrel Mr. Savage-ölte meg, Flixi közben kimennek a körből, de úgy látszik, hogy ez nem nagyon zavarja őket talán. Scroll Sky és iDrop vannak a low groundon. Ezt ugye már láttuk tőlük, hogy ők inkább itt szeretnek játszani, és hát eddig itt játszak, nem tudom, hogy itt szeretnek-e. Meg kell kérni tőlük, hogy mit szeretnek, vagy mit nem. Kvíziéket is látom még. Onzer közben meghalt. Mr. Savage ismét helyedemelt, és ismét szóloklácsolnia kéne, de nem sikerül neki, ugyanis meghal. Darm ölte meg, miközben Darmot is megölték. Mr. Savage most a 12. helyen mentek le. Ez is még nem egy túl jó game, nem tudom mennyi king volt, egy biztos. Venó is egyedül marad. Semmi heal-lel és 25 build-el, úgyhogy közben demusék is meghalnak. Azért az első csapatok közül nem sokan maradtak életben, Teeniék a 7. helyről próbálják magukat feljebb tolni ezzel a gémmel talán. Hopp, Venó megölte Queezy. Közben felülre kapja az áldást, és ez így ennyi. 13 AP, egy build, nincs túl sok esélye innentől kezdve. Befutott az Invis-medálos mögé, Marius és Pixiék vannak a high groundon. Most nem Venóék vannak a low groundon, hanem a többi csapat, amit ki fognak valószínűleg használni, és valószínűleg ezt a gémet majd győzelemre tudják váltani, ha nem, viszont azért még meg kell küzdeniük majd iDrop, Sky és Scroll, akik szintén egy teljes trió, és azért ők még okozhatnak nekik problémát. Jarko egyedül 30 HP-val próbált meg Invis-medállal ölni, de nem sikerült neki. iDrop megöli Mariust. 2v3, és lehet, hogy megint elveszik a high groundról a gémet. iDrop-ékkal szemben.
Odds are against them as iDrop, Sky, and Scroll have to make the decision on how to close this off. I don't think they have chug splashes or anything to play the heal off here. It must come down to the aggressive play, the 3 versus 2. Can Vanya do it? Can he do enough damage to let his teammate Pixie close this one off?
I don't think heal off is an option here. Takata, Vanya's gotta make something huge happen, but Vanya can't connect. He's gonna get knocked. iDrop from afar, just beaming at Pixie, who's trying to heal it out. Sky as well, though, still playing the medkit, but there is a heal off here. Pixie does have the advantage.
Pixie-nek több medkitje és healje van. Már csak small fire van Sky-nak, de Pixie valószínűleg. De nem, mert Sky egy boxa volt csak mellette, és megöli. És Mariusék ismét elbukják a gémet. Gyors ráfrissítek, mert ráfrissítek. Szóval... Ez mi a fasz? Na szóval... Ismét rárúgták már őszek high-runner ezt a gémet, de ez a mai nap a harmadik helyük volt. Vagy nem harmadik helyük, hanem második helyük volt. Úgyhogy kíváncsi vagyok, hogy néz ki a leaderboard, de előtte gyors kifőm az orrom, mert taknes vagyok, bazd meg. Territory in the low ground, they were doing a decent job at making sure to control the front side as well here, Takata. It just worked out.
It just worked out. I mean, they had the wall already. Odds were in their favor in those last moments, and a deserved victory royale from iDropSky and Scroll. We still got one game left, so Desk, break it down for us. Na szóval, most egy taknyomat eltöröltük. Nézzük. Első helyen továbbra is Iko, Venom és Flixi állnak, de második helyre följött iDropSky and átveszem itt közben a kommentároknak a nyelvezetét, szóval iDropSky és Scroll feljétek a második helyre ezzel a győzelemmel, 11 killes győzelem, és csak 18 helyett 14 ponttal vannak az első hely alatt, úgyhogy az a 60 pontos előny, vagy 70, ami volt, vagy nem, azt hiszem csak 40 pontos volt az előny, de mindegy. A 40 pontos előnyüket így eldobták a Flixiék, látjátok. Pedig úgy, hogy 7. hely 7 kill-el egyáltalán nem egy rossz game, de semmit nem számít ez a néhány pontos előny. Hogyha valakinek lenne egy ilyen 100-110 pontos előny, azt mondom, hogy az már azért viszonylag nagyobb, de 100 pont alatti előnyt azt elég könnyű eldobni, és elég könnyű felhozni a többi csapatok számára. Itt harmadik helyen áll Pixie, Vanyek és Marius, akiknek ez a második helyük volt, de ez volt a legeredményesebb gémük eddig. A második hely 10 kill-lel, úgyhogy ez sokkal jobb lett. Azért a Victory Royale az plusz 11 pontot adott volna nekik, amivel hát a 119 ponton állnának, úgyhogy azzal segítette volna őket még közelebb legyenek a győzelemhez, de így is azért ott vannak a top 3-ba, és azért most már ott azért az a top 3 az elég erős a 300 pont fölött. Negyedik helyen van Tini, aki ugye csak Last Chance Qualifier-re jutott be, de így is egészen jól teljesítenek, 4. helyen vannak. Pixdarm és Damus az 5. helyen vannak jelenleg, ugyanannyi ponton akár, mint a meglepetés csapat, aki most nem tartotta meg a második helyet. Nem tudta megtartani a második helyet, de még mindig nagyon szép 6. helyen állnak, és 3 pont választja el őket a negyediktől, és mindössze 45 pont választja el őket a harmadik helytől. Szóval bármi megtörtént. Suzy Quiz és Merstach ismét nem volt a legjobb gémjük, de legalább nem voltak meg, úgyhogy meg tudták nagyon tartani ezt itt a 6.-7. hely környékét. Jarkónak is kire egy egészen jó harmadik helyet szedtek össze 6 kill-el, ami elősegítette őket az, hogy már 8. helyen álljanak, és ők sincsenek még messze egyébként a top 3-tól, annyira mindössze hát 80 pont, azért az annyira nem kevés. Az első hely azért már valószínűtlen, hogy meg lenne nekik, de még az is egy 100 pont. Ha Vikóék elbuknak egy gémet, akkor simán benne van, hogyha ők nyernek, akkor közel kerülhetnek az első helyhez. Azonban itt van még Ping, Vox és Malibuka, akik most egy rendkívül rossz gémük volt, ugyanis meghaltak a 25. helyen, ezzel eldobták azt a viszonylag előkelő, nem tudom, hanyadik pozíciójukat, és itt van Mongrál, Mr. Savage és Panzer, akik viszont már a győzelemre nem túl esélyesek, de még azért a top 10 és még azért a top 5 az annyira nincs messze tőlük sem, egy 80 pont
úgyhogy ezt még simán meg lehet húzni. Azonban az előző game-em sikerült olyan jól, nekik egy 1 killes 12. hely, az rendkívül hát nem túl jó, mondjuk úgy. És hát ami mondjuk elég durva látvány, hogy Seti, Kami és Sari vannak az utolsó helyen mindössze 4 ponttal, ami azt jelenti, hogy 1 killt tudtak szerezni 4 mérkőzés alatt. Hát mindössze ilyen 1 percekig vannak életben, átlagosan 3 percig voltak életben, és csak az előző game miatt ugyanis ott 4,5 perc. Úgyhogy ők nem játszottak túl sokat, de legalább keveset. Jó, vicces voltam, de hogy nem vicces voltam. Ja, akik még talán rosszul teljesítenek, az Champions és Noah Riley mindenképpen. Sokkal többet várnak tőlük, szerintem az ő fanjaik, és akit én keresek, az hol van? Dyson. Itt van, Dysonék. Hát egyáltalán nem megy, nekik egy darab top 10-ben több top 9-ük volt, azon kívül be se kerülnek a top 10-be, összesen 5 kick volt az egész 5 game során, ami hát, hogy mondjam, nem túl jó. Úgyhogy, ja. Muszáj lesz nekik vagy összeszednék magukat erre az utolsó game-re, mint a holnapi 3 game-re, vagy nekik is egy elég nagy bukó lesz. És én ne felejtsük el, hogy top 2 jut tovább innen a Global Championships-be, és az jelenleg Vico és iDroppék. Én reménykedek még benne, hogy Mongrállék egyébként fel tudnak ennek kerülni. Akár egy újabb győzelemmel. Vagy, ja.
It just wasn't to be. I think down here at this current moment that we're about to see, I think it's Vanya that actually just whiffs. I think he just completely misses his shots as he drops down onto iDrop, Sky and Scroll, and that unfortunately for them was the reason why he went down. And it's just
és egyébként már részek szintén egy olyan csapat, aki Last Chance Qualifier jutottak be, szóval Európában ez a Last Chance Qualifier, ez olyan csapatokat hozott ki, akik egészen jól teljesítenek, és valóban úgy tűnik, hogy megérdemelték ezt a helyet a döntőben.
Their last chance qualifier games, as much as they eventually did get the win in the third one, it's like the one where they came second, and even in their win, they looked a bit shaky when they were up on high, and it's like final 2v2 or 3v3, sorry. And then here in these games, again, just 3 second places. It's like, come on, guys, like you gotta get the win eventually, right? Like you can't keep doing this. Even with that being said, though, for them to be third, I think is very impressive and would surprise a lot of people with just how their season's gone.
Levin, they're just leaving it to the last chance. I'm sorry.
Some would say
sorry.
that, yes.
Let's just quickly give props as well, again, to Pickstar and Demas as well, because this is your surprise trio, and they are so incredibly aggressive for the fact that this is their first FNCS finals, right? And yet they are styling on everyone that they meet.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see teams and players perform so well, right? Obviously, last year we had Chap who burst onto the scene, got, you know, a couple second places, which was really impressive. But even then, Chap was playing with like a very experienced player in Teeny, right? You know, he's playing with someone who's got that top pedigree. All 3 of these guys aren't players who you consider having that top pedigree. They aren't players with that type of experience, but they are playing like veterans, right? You know, they're not even like playing scared or anything. You know, like I see people doing like the very easy, like lazy comparison of like, oh, they're like Kamisei, you know, of course, because Polish trio or whatever. But they're actually like fragging when needed. Like these guys are so impressive.
Ők nem olyanok, mint Kami és Seti, mert ők jelenleg sokkal jobbak, mint Kami és Seti.
But the way that the day has been so far, though, I really wish that we could just see those next 6 matches immediately, as is Takata. But we are going to have to leave things up to just being a pleasant surprise, because that's the way the leaderboard has played out so far. And game number 6, we get to see what happens next.
You don't have to wait long, Taco. Last match of the day. So many storylines being put into place. Last chance qualifier teams in the top of the leaderboard. Vico, Veno, Flixie leading the pack. But then we've got another favorite going into today. Swizzy, Quizzy, Merstash. They're in 7th place. This is a contender that a lot of people thought would be able to take down the whole tournament. They've just had difficulties.
Most megérezzük, hogy most elvileg világos kék a Mongrálék csapata, úgyhogy őket kell majd keresni. Na nézzük, hogy Lost Lake-ben most hogy végződik ez a 3v3 egyelőre. Soriék talán több HP-vel és damage rendelkeznek. Szóval egy ilyen sok vereség után 5 darab vereség után pontosan. Hoppá. Veno közben meghalt. Hoppá, hoppá. De látszik, hogy Vico már egyben össze is rebootolja. De nincs baj egyelőre. Na nézzük, most egyelőre a lengyelek vezetnek, Nevigy és HP ügyileg is. Rendkívül egészséges mind a hármuk, azonban a franciák nem mondhatják el egyiket sem magukról. Egyikük sem mondhatja el ezt magára, pontosabban. Csak a beszéd az már nem megy. Na, és Exquis meg is tudják ölni, de láttuk már, hogy el tudják bukni a 3v2-ket is. És most viszont már elmondhatják magukról a franciák, hogy rendkívül egészségesek. Talán meg tudják ölni Sarit, de nem. Akira is lemegy a földre, talán most először meg tudják nyerni az offspawn fightot. Podasai meghal, és végre Seti, Kami és Sari megnyerik, de jön a third party, és talán azt az örömet, amit szereztek, ez így gyorsan is fog menni, ugyanis Kami már meghalt, Setiék pedig szintén alacsony HP-n próbálnak meg továbbra is túlélni, és ez nem igazán fog menni. Nem tudom, hogy már csak Seti van-e. Nem, Seti még. Seti meghalt, Sari az, aki el tud menekülni. Szevasz Borbé, tetszik a kommentálásom? Én vagyok a Hungarian FNCS commentator guy.
Nothing found. It's got to be careful. The edits come through. Drop the 17 shield. And now both trios being so healthy in terms of shield. It might just end up in a disengage.
Jó, már gépem. Amúgy nem tudom eldönteni, hogy jó-e vagy nem. Őszintén mondom. Hát, hogy nem tudom eldönteni. Most amúgy nem tudom, hogy múltkor szóló kapoztam, és az endgame-ekben amúgy egész jó volt. Egyébként olyan sok baj nincs vele most így talán. Hát most egészen működőképes, azt hiszem. De hogy 100% teljesítményt odahozni, vagy olyan teljesítményt hozzá, amilyet kéne, nem tudom. És őszintén már leszarom, bazd meg, tehát hogy most annyira nem szokott gáz lenni. Fortnite stream közben, amikor mondom, Cashcapot streameltem. Cashcap közben endgame-ben volt 100 plusz FPS-en végig. Úgyhogy ez... azzal meg vagyok elégedve. Úgyhogy, ja. Most olyan nagy problémáim nincsenek vele egyelőre. Meg csináltak, amikor elvittem szervizbe, akkor is csináltak benchmarkot, ők is azt mondták, hogy jó volt. Itthon én is csináltam benchmarkot, és az enyém is, az átlag, az ilyen gépek átlagán, vagy hát ilyen konfiguráció átlagánál feljebb teljesített. Úgyhogy... ja. És így most elvileg amúgy jó. A magyar finalsben nincs. Aki nagyon közel volt hozzá, mert volt a Group Stage, és Group 2-ben játszottak, és amikor az volt, azt hiszem ugye úgy volt, hogy a 5 csapat, aki az 5 gémet nyeri, az tovább jut, plusz a mögötte lévő 5 jut tovább, tehát 10 csapat, és az egyik gémbe fakék másodikok lettek. És hogyha azt a gémet megnyerik, akkor benn lett volna faki, meg 2 valami random ember, nem tudom, nem ismertem őket. Úgyhogy ja, másikok lettek, és végül meg azért viszonylag lemaradtak a Qualról. Úgyhogy ja, az volt ott a legnagyobb esélye a fakinak, hogy bejusson. Ping and walks, and it looks like they'll be able to make it 3 here if they can catch up to Fastroki, but with the Oni mask, it might take a little bit of time. A főember, akin én a szememet tartom, az Mongrál, Mr. Savage és Panzer. Yeah. Csak az, aki izé, Mongrál tudsz. Mongrálék 10-ek. Egy gémet nyertek, de azon kívül olyan nagyon jó gémük nem volt. Csak ami, hogyha azt az egy gémet nem nyerik meg, mondanom ott is ilyen átlagos, akkor ilyen fos. A 33 -ja. Ez a 10. hely az annyira nem is szar, de nem is jó. A dropspotok közül talán nekik van az egyik legrosszabb POI-juk. Azt hiszem. Nem továbbjutós, ez a döntő. Benne van a címbe, Finals. Ez már döntő. És hát innen még tovább lehet jutni, tudod, a Global Championship-re, a LAN eventre, de az csak a top 2 jut tovább most. Majd a következő szezonban, vagy a következő szezon végén már 4 vagy 5 trió jut tovább, és utána meg szintén 4 vagy 5. Az egyikben 4, a másikban meg majd 5. De most még csak 2 jut tovább ennek a végén. Úgyhogy ja, itt egész nehéz tovább jutni. Meg most elég sok olyan trió van, aki viszonylag jó formában volt, és van. Például itt az egyik, Flixivico és Veno, jelenleg ők az elsők. És már nyertek 2 gémet az 5-ből. Ők az egyetlen játszanak fixen itt lennék a döntőbe. Na jó, akkor én is itt lennék, én a triód. Én lennék egyedül a triód. That he could get some backup from his boys instead. It's gonna be all Vika, Veno, Flixi, just taking care of that elimination. Looks like they're not done yet, though.
It's Kyle Malapi and Cringe who are going to be on the mountain close by.
Még a játék. Hát...
in this last match as they continue to apply some
Nem
pressure.
tudom.
The regroup is going
Mostanában annyira én se élvezem, mert konkrétan nincs kivel játszani. Az osztályban senki nem játszik. Úgyhogy ne basszam fel magam, hogyha duózunk, és hogy mert egy balfasz. Tehát, hogy... Ja. Nincs olyan quality játékos az osztályban. És hát gyakorlatilag egy ember játszik. Hogyha akar, tehát tudod, a Milán, Dunsány. Csak ő meg nincs meg az a quality, hogy ne basszam fel magam. A random játékosok azok meg nagyon rosszak. És hülyék. Itt a szar. Szóval... Ja. Annyira én is elvezem, de amúgy játsz. Amúgy nem tudom, játszanék turnamenteket, meg streamelnék turnamenteket, ha lenne kivel, csak nem nagyon van. Sajnos. Ajaj. Akkor jó, hogy megvetted a gépet, ne? Viccelek. A stream nézésre elég az a 4070? Vagy azért laggolgat, nem? Akad, gondoltam. Azt meg. Mondtam én, hogy az 50-90-et kellett volna venni. Most olyan nem lesz elég a stream nézésre ez a 4070. Élet. Hát, én 10 tolom a quality streamet, azt 360p-ben. Hát tudtam, én kellett volna 8 millióért az 50-90-ben, azt meg tudtam. Ennyibe kerül az most? Hát egyáltalán már kapni Magyarországon, ez se. Nem nagyon. Az úszorognak bazeg lesz ilyen arany 50-90-e. Anyám. Ez nagyon csukkel. De randa bazd. Dik, ezen tevék vannak, ezt figyeld. Hetszi, várjál. Ugye, olyat mutatok. Íj, geci. Elvileg ilyen izé. Megért az egész szönözés egész jó, hát já. Ez hogy néz ki? Ilyet csak beszerzek 2 millió, persze. Tehát amint megjelenik és lehet venni, abban a pillanatban. Nézd be, itt vannak rajta a tevék. Itt van rajta kibaszott teve. Nagyon csukkel azért. Nagyon veszélyes kinézete van. Érted, azért átjövod vered, az ilyened van. Az mekkora flex. Egészen szar. Undorító a ronda egyébként. Na. Szóval. De feltétlenül veszek majd egy olyat, mert azért flex. Ja, azért én is elfogadnám. Azt mondják, hogy ingyen van, azért húzom a számat kicsit, hogy hát, elfogadjam, ne? De azért 51%-ba igen mondanék. Elfogadnám. Csak hát... Talán beférne. Tudom. De valószínűleg beférne, azért. Pedig én már nem tudom, hogy ezek mekkorák. Én nem láttam élőben. De az elég. Vastagságban biztos befér, de aláhozva is.
Positioning and just odds in their favor of having a solid performance, being already third place now going into this last match, a big game. Not even a big game, I mean just outperforming the other trios above them is all they need to do to take that first place spot. As we look back onto Darm, Demus, and Pix, who Hopefully
X az...
their trio here, but they might just not even have the reboot card.
Meghalt.
I don't think they do.
This would be tough regardless, even if they did have that reboot card. Last medkit, just about 4 Demas, 4 bandages on Darm. It is a very dire situation that our young Polish trio has found themselves in, but still, for a day 1 performance overall, in the grand scheme of things, Takata, they have set themselves up quite nicely for coming in strong on day 2. Match 6 here, try and close things out. V, Teeny, Atris, they just want to get themselves heavily on the board.
But they gotta be very careful as TD's already been cracked now. Gonna have to play defensive for a second here until they recuperate. This is a trio that qualified through the last chance qualifier and now is in 4th place on the leaderboard going into this last match of day 1.
Ez negyedik. Jó tudni, hogy Teeny negyedik. Ja tényleg negyedik. Most már eszembe jutott.
Too good in terms of materials. They've been constantly fighting, so it's kind of shown off in terms of how many mats they do have, but in terms of damage, it's also not looking too good.
I definitely want to fight though. Want to maybe swap out some of these kinetic blades that Atris is rocking with for a Void Oni mask. If players have got him, Jew.
Teeny halt. Hát, ő is halt.
Only Svi left to pick up what's been left behind.
135 above, but at what cost? Lost Haris, Teeny now gone down as well. Skavi having to do whatever he possibly can to get out of this situation, but Shark Jew are going to be able to clean that one up.
Shark and Jew.
Ami engem érdekelne, hol vannak a mongálék. Hörnek nem ezen a felén lesznek, az biztos. Ők nem ide landolnak.
As now Demas is going to be able to be brought back, and not only that, they're going to be able to get the loot from those eliminations. I'm not sure how much it might be, but it might just be enough to continue on forwards as Marius now has taken some shots. It's going to be, I believe, was that Noah close by on the other side of that box, but Demas now have to find a way to get back to zone.
Even with that elimination though, they're just barely above that damage threshold. They've got Chino and Nebs on the other side of their walls, but Chino immediately eliminated Nebs, soon to follow. Darm and Demas are a force to be reckoned with.
Ez gyors 2 kill volt. Mit nem mondjak. Ott vannak a mongrálek, jó van. A Vikóék azt hittem, hogy elvesztették Flixit, de nem. Él még, csak hátul van. De Storm Surge alatt vannak, úgyhogy ezt már többször láttuk, hogy ők nekik ez a problémájuk. Nem tudom, hogy... és ismét van 2 killük, és úgy... Jaj. Hát itt egy elég rossz pozícióban vannak, ugyanis Hydropék fölöttük. Onnan nem látnak rá senki másra. Úgyhogy amíg Hydropék nem mennek el, addig száj lesz. Valakit keresni.
Such a crazy position, but Robin might help alleviate some of that pressure thanks to Vico getting good elimination.
72 annak csak a limit fölött, ez azért nem lesz elég. Talán. Hydro meghalt, Szeték még úgy látszik élnek, de amint kimondom ezt, Kami már meghalt. És hát csak knokkolták. Őt lehet, egy nagyobb harc van kialakulóban. Mongrálek egyelőre egész jó pozícióban vannak. Onnan kívül, hogy kire Jarko és Nako lövi őket, de nekik van is rá szükségük a Storm Surge miatt. Vikóék pedig már Hoppá. Igaz, hogy megvan a Storm Surge, de két csapattársal kevesebb Vikónak, ami mindenképpen nem jó. Vikó egyedül marad. Közben scrollék megölik a spanyolokat, akiknek talán lehetett volna esélyük, ugye még egy kicsit előrébb. Önni a líderben a Seti meghal, ő volt az utolsó, Mongrál ölte meg. Úgyhogy nem tudom, hogy ezzel a game-mel Seték mennyivel vannak előrébb, mint eddig, de nem valószínű, hogy túl sokkal, ugyanis a placement pontokat még el se kezdték osztogatni. Vikó még mindig próbál szóló klatcsolni. Hát 8 buildja van, nincs bent a körben. Cringe, hogyha meg tudná ölni. Cringe egy lövés, de itt van Kifó, megpróbál medkitelni, de sajnos megöli a kör közben. Demos és Pix, vagy Demos és Darmi, mindig ketten vannak. Mongrál megölte Scrollt. És a Mongrál nokkolta le, tehát valószínűleg ő kapja meg a killt is. Közben Sky meghal, iDrop egyedül maradt. Ott van Mongrál, Savage és Spencer. Úgy látom, hogy őket csapkodja a villám, hogy nincs elég killjük. Nem tudom, hogy azért az a 2 kill, amit látom, hogy Mongrál felszett, az nem lett elég, úgy tűnik. Lehet, hogy mind a kettő ilyen egy lövéses kill volt, sajnos. De hát iDropnak van szerencséje, mert egy megtalálta a saját boxukat, 2 megtalálta talán egy kis időt még magának, vagy hogy mondjam. Jaj, Démuszék megvannak itt. És hát basszák a Mongrálékat, de most őket is basszák. Hopp, itt közben alul találtak egy játékost, így azt mondták, hogy hello, szia, és így meghalt. Ez így gyors volt, köszönjük szépen, viszontlátás. Mongrál, Savage és Spencer talán meghaltak mind a hárman, nem vagyok benne biztos, hogy mind a hárman, de Savage az biztosan meghalt. Nem tudom, hogy... Látom, hogy Seti megölt valakit, de Seti nem meghalt már. Nem tudom. Mindegy. Nem, Mongrál és Spencer még élnek, úgyhogy ketten ők még talán tudnak valamit összehozni. Hát iDrop az 20 HP-vel nem tud csak mindent csinálni. És a high groundon Mersa, Squeezy és Squeezy vannak. Hárman. Egészségesen. Viszonylag sok motival és hát azért elég nagy eséllyel a győzelemre. Itt Darmi próbál meg talán egy csapatot. Meg igenis Pixet is elvesztette, egyedül van már csak. Sikerült berotételnie. Nincsen White hírje. Közben Flixi... mi van? Közben Panzer meghal. Nem tudom, hogy Mongrál éle még. Nem látom. Előre. Szerintem már nem. Sajnos. De lehet. Még van rá esély. Még nem hangosítottam fel.
This is so difficult. I don't think they want to get any lower because there's a chance that this zone pulls right back up that mountain. So if they go down, it's going to be difficult to get back up. But Durham has been eliminated. 319 points is where he's going to stay for now as Comeback Mixon and Blaha continue to take shots on all these players with just 15 seconds left before we know where this next zone pulls. Tayson's in the zone. Queasy still up above on height, controlling the elevation as Marius continues to play as a duo with Pixie.
Azok azért ott vannak a high groundon, és ezzel talán meg tudják szerezni ezt a második győzelmet a mai napon. Nekik. Azt hiszem. Nyertek egyet, nem? De. Jason is meghalt, talán ez volt az első jobb game-jük. Hát nem tudom, hanyadik hely lett pontosan. 6.-7. környéke. Úgyhogy ez biztosan a legjobb game-jük. De ez még mindig nem elég. Mariuszék próbálják megölni cseppéket. Swizzy nem tudták tartani a high groundot. Swizzy egyedül marad. Mix comeback egyedül van a high groundon, és az egyetlen trió talán az Norelli, Csepp és Janis. Nem Mix Swizzyék vagy a Pixie Mariuszék még ketten vannak, és azért még ebből is bele fognak szólni. Elcsúszott. Marius meghal, Swizzy egyedül van, Pixie megöli, 3 teamban már csak Pixie van, Pixie és Comeback egyedül vannak, és Norelli, Csepp, Janis 3-an vannak, de azért olyan sok HP-a Norellin kívül egyiknek sincs. Pixie meghal, Comeback van a második helyen, valószínűleg is azért Norelli. Hoppá. Nem. Norelli, Csepp és Janis megnyerik a győzelmet, megnyerik a gémet, és ezzel és az első helyen Banyak, Pixie és Marius egyelőre győzelem nélkül, habár rendkívül konzisztensen, 3 darab második és egy harmadik hellyel, és ez bőven elég ahhoz nekik egyelőre, hogy az első helyet tartsák. Pixie-éknek hát elég hullámzó a teljesítményük, hogy úgy mondjam. Így az első nap végén. Úgyhogy ja, ez azért rendkívül érdekes. Harmadik helyen Rock, Sky és Scroll, ők nekik ezek nem sikerült túlságosan jól. Pixstorm és Demus feljöttek a 4. helyre, ismét egy viszonylag jó game sikerült tolni, az egy 10. hely 8 kill-lel. Nem a legjobb, lett volna jobb is, de semmiképpen nem rossz. Itt van Swizzy, Quizzy és Smurfs, csak ők valahogy eldobták a high groundot, és nem sikerült végül megnyerniük ezt a gémet, pedig azért legyünk őszinték, hogyha megnyerték volna ezt a gémet, és még szereznek 1-2 killt, akkor valószínűleg ott az 5. hely helyett úgy szerintem a második vagy a harmadik helyen lennének biztos. Pinkbox és Malibuk az 5. hely 12 kill-lel fejettek a 6. helyre. A meglepetés trió 7. helyen áll, Tiniek leestek sajnos a 8. helyre, ugyanis ők viszonylag hamar meghaltak. Comeback, Blaha és Mixen ezzel a másodikkal fejettek a 9. helyre. A spanyolok sajnos nem zárták ki azt a gémet, úgyhogy ők most már 10-ek, és hongrálék pedig itt ezzel az újabb 12. hellyel, ami sajnos úgy látszik, hogy ez elég jól megy nekik ez a 12. hely, 3 is van belőle nekik. Hát ez nem túl jó, és ismét lejjebb estek 1-jel, és Arctic Season CZB, Eclipse és Nathan. Nekik van itt mindenféle, van itt 5., 4., 18, 17, 9, van itt mindenféle helyezés, és van itt Champions és Norelli, akik eddig borzasztó gémeket mentek, azonban most ezzel a győzelemmel fejetek a 13. helyre. Csicsóéknak tényleg ez volt a legjobb gémük, de ez még mindig csak 3 helyezése hozza őket följebb, úgyhogy ez nem valami jó számunkra. Hát Seti Kami és Sari legalább az utolsó helyről hát kikerültek, de az a 6 kill volt mind, amit ebben az előző gameben tudtak szerezni maguknak, úgyhogy ez 28 pont, és nagyjából 350 pont hátrány. Annyira nem sok szemben vissza tudják hozni második napon. Nem, tehát hogy ők valószínűleg itt lesznek végig a tök utolsó helyeken, ha csak nem tudnak egy párszor még nyerni, ami nem valószínű, vagyis hát off-spawn, ami egyébként valószínűbb, mint nyilván a sima nyereség, csak hát eddig 5-ször kaptak ki, és egyszer nyerték meg csak ezt az off-spawn fightot. Na, meglátjuk, hogy mi lesz, úgyhogy az első nap végét azt így zárjuk. Nézzük meg, hogy a prize pool, nincs prize pool. Nem tudjuk, mennyi a prize pool. Nem tudok írni, jó?
Almost on a team that didn't even make the finals, right? And so I'm so happy to see him like performing and stepping up and going huge for his team here and outplacing those two guys who left him in the dust, you could say. So and a great story for Pixie.
This is such an exciting top 10, guys. And if you look at number 5, Twizzy, Queasy, and Mercer, they didn't have the games that they would have absolutely adored, like for the most part today, but they managed to pick things up at the end. I know obviously they got a victory royale. But yeah, I mean, I feel like mixed feelings about this trio. I don't know.
It's interesting, right? Because I feel like the last game at least was always tied up like in a good place, and then this height take happens, right? Where Comeback, Blaha, Mixon, that trio decide to go up for it, and you know you don't expect to see them losing fights for height, but look at their match, right? Like they were sort of just running so low that it's like a fight, you know. So things sort of just spiraled out at the end there. I think the one thing that
180 000-et viszel az első helyzet, 120 a második, 81 a harmadik, 60 000. Aztán top 10-ig, top 10-ig 34 800, aztán 17 000, és alatta meg hoppá, és nem mindenki nyer pénzt. Tehát most már, ha valaki backqualifikál fel, mert nem mindenki nyer pénzt. Top 25-ig nyernek az emberek csak pénzt. Ezzel valószínű, azt akarják ugye, hogy a maga a győzelem, meg a többi pénz az több legyen, és nagyobb legyen, és hát, hogy ne több felé kelljen ugye osztani. Azért elég sok az ugyanolyan országból levő trió. Red Bull Esports.
Do if you were them tomorrow? Would you still be going to Seaport? Would you go back to Kappa Kappa or seek somewhere new entirely?
Kappa Kappa.
Seaport, they've been winning. Like they're winning, right? It's like Ming said, the problem is like the third-party teams that come in when the fight maybe drags out a bit too long. But absolutely, you stay at Seaport. I think like in that regard.
Lesz itt még bőven holnap izgalom, ugyanis az első. Hát 10 hely az 150 ponton belül van, úgyhogy így a top 10 az érdekes. Mongrálék 160 pontra vannak az első helytől, úgyhogy nekik már hát a győzelem, és valószínűleg a top 2 sem opció, tehát a Global Championship-re nem tudnak innen bejutni. Azért még egy jó top 5-öt még össze tudnak szedni, én úgy vagyok vele, hogy azt még talán meg tudják oldani. Bár azért az is már egész messze van egy 100 pontra, de simán lehet, hogy holnap egy jobb napjuk lesz akár, de lehet, hogy sokkal rosszabb napjuk lesz, nem tudjuk. Úgyhogy
getting victory royales. I would not be surprised if they pick up another 2 tomorrow. Mini Miner, do you think they're going to supercharge things even further tomorrow?
Yeah, they definitely can. They can definitely learn from today as well, but as will everyone else. As will everyone else around them. We saw there in that last game, Venno actually going down when he's going for that sort of different position off spawn. So things can definitely be difficult for them when it comes to the off spawn situation. I'm just sort of looking at sort of maybe top 5, top 6. It's still...
Jó van, köszönjük, itt voltatok. Jók lehetek. Holnap. Ugyanígy 5 órakor találkozunk, és nézzük a második nap eseményeit. Ugyanis miért hagynánk ki a második napot, hogyha az elsőt végignéztük. Szóval holnap 5-től érkezem a második nap eseményeivel. Köszönjük, itt voltatok, és jó ét mindenkinek. Hello!